So, how y'all doing out there? We're about to get started. Listening. Welcome to Paradigm Shift TV 314. This is your brother, Yaki Tamo, Dagal, aka G Dapoet. I'm going to turn it over to the brother Nobody to get into our spirit. Do it. Y'all already know what y'all here for. We're about to start recording. Give us a couple of clock. We'll be right with you.
Recording in progress.
Here we go. Welcome to an episode of Paradigm Shift TV 314. We have the Dapoet mania going on tonight. As y'all already know, in the building today, we got Captain CK from ISUPK and the Commander General Johanna Dagal, the boy in the build. We also got the founder, Kiyanki Patel from Almond Drive. In the build now, I ain't even got to drag this on too much longer because y'all know what y'all here for. I'm gonna lay it out for you. Topic of tonight is all black people in America, African, we Israelites. We're gonna have a 3-round debate tonight. Each round we'll have 25 minutes. The person who's done speaking, the next person gets to rebuttal for 8 minutes, and then it will be a 2-minute response. The first round will be about all black African or Israelite. The second round will be about King James, a black man, and did he play a role in the transatlantic slave trade? The third round will be about the native Indians have black people as slaves, and then we're gonna have a question and answer. We will have 2 minutes to ask the other person, and the other person will have. We're gonna give each of the brothers to close out. Opening up. Captain of ISUPK under Commander General Johanna. I'm gonna give you 2 minutes to let the men know who you are and to give your position on this topic. All black people in America. Israelites.
Damn right. The water, nobody. I am Captain 10,000 Gabar of the ISUPK from the Commander General Johanna. And what it do, so like we are. My stance is that black people that are here in America that have been called African Americans, Afro Americans, Negroes, niggas, even wetbacks. We all Israelites. You understand? We're not Africans. There is no proof nowhere that we are African, and we are going to prove that today. I know that St. Louis has been waiting for this debate, and we are here tonight. And Commander Junior Hanna has sent us out to destroy all lies, and we're going to destroy that lie tonight. That black people here are Africans. You know, we're going to destroy the lie that King James was white, and that he actually had his hand slavery, and we're going to turn around and prove that the native Indians, of course, are Israelites as well. And I yield my time.
Okay. That was a good point. Said that St. Louis debate.
Right. But they're right. The whole world. You understand?
We're gonna hand it over to my brother. Y'all want to give the same 2 minutes. Let the listening audience know who you are. Give your position on the topic at hand. Y'all know me. I'm St. Louis. And my brother, but the whole notion that we are not African, not by me, but by our ancestors who were enslaved. They gonna tell you. So you ain't gotta listen to nothing I'm saying. Listen to what they said about themselves.
as far as King James, he was a white homosexual. He didn't do nothing for black people, but provide slavery this concept. You don't see that for a fact. For the Native Americans, my brother said, get them dirty stinking Africans. I'm saying, get them dirty stinking Indians who enslaved our ancestors. And I'm gonna put that down right here in the next presentation. Y'all stay tuned. Cap ain't getting no reading.
You said Cap I'm not getting no rebate after this. Well, let's set it up, man.
Cap will not lose.
Y'all already know what it is, man. My brothers ready to go in tonight, man. I really don't want to waste time, man. So we gotta get right to this first round. Who's gonna even go first? Or does it matter?
He can go first. DMG go first. I want my brother to go first. I understand. All right, no sweat. All right, one second. Let me pull up my screen. All right. Screen here. All right. Okay, one second. Let me. Hold on. Trying to get it up. Okay, there we go. All right. Can everybody hear me? And you can see my screen. All right. Okay. Let's first we're gonna start with the DNA DMG wanted to take off of the table. You understand? But I insisted that we keep it on. And is there a DNA test that will prove blacks in America are African? You understand? I'm gonna kind of skip through this part here. This is from Vanderbilt.edu. All right. And they go into the breakdown of how DNA works. I remember that first night when he asked me about how does DNA work, and I said nucleoids. It's actually a nucleotide and all of that. It explains it with the double helix and the ladder, structure where the rungs are molecules called nucleotides or bases. DNA contains only 4 of these nucleotides: A, G, C, and T. And then it goes in, send a little more, and then it breaks down about the human DNA, and the entire DNA or genome within a human contains about 6 billion nucleotides, and 99% of them are identical in all humans. The 1% difference results in individuals. Okay, so they're not really even tested very much when it comes to a DNA to determine your nationality. We're gonna get off into that some more. I know that BMG had mentioned ancestry. Vanderbilt went on and they researched the top 4 companies: MyHeritage DNA, Ancestry, Living DNA, Your Ancestry, and 23andMe. Okay,
and we're gonna turn around and focus on
Ancestry.com because
I believe that
is the one that DMG said that he used.
So we're gonna turn around.
And go straight to that.
All right. And I believe there was a brother that came on the live one time and said he even took the same test, and he was told he was 9 different Africans, and he was one white boy. Okay, he was European. 14%. And 86% of 9 different Africans. All right. And then I'm gonna jump with this scripture right here. This is Psalms 83 verses 1 through 4. And it says, "Keep not thou silence, O God. Hold not thy peace, and be not still, O God. For lo, thine enemies make a tumult. And they that hate thee have lifted up the head. They have taken crafty counsel against thy people and consulted against thy hidden one." Now everybody should know by now that the white man is the devil. The Bible speaks of. He don't just do like black people wake up and hit a lick. You understand? The white man takes crafty. He plans 10, 15 years. You know what I'm saying? Now what he gonna do? He plans for now what he gonna do 10, 15 years later. You understand? He's real crafty. You understand? With the things that he has done, especially destroyed God's chosen people. Then it says they have said, "Come and let us cut them off from being a nation, that the name of Israel may be no more in remembrance." Now, when you think about this, DMG is going to say that we're Africans. Africans know their history, their cultures, their heritage, their fathers, their mothers. You understand? They grandfathers. They know their ancestors. Right. DMG likes to claim the ancestors as his own when they're African. He's calling them. You understand? But the Bible says we're going to cut them off from being a nation. Right. Who is the only somebody on the planet that is searching to be a part of someone's nation? You understand? And that's the nation of Israel. Okay. And it says that the name of Israel may be no more in remembrance. It wasn't until 1969 until the Lord turned around and sent the truth back into the earth by way of ISUPK. Is that nobody knew anything about Israel except for the white man living over in the land that he was. You know what I'm saying? The true Jew. You understand? And the true chosen people of God. But it says that we're going to cut them off from being a nation. No African was cut off from being a nation. They still won. You understand? They are still won. So this is how you know that the people here in America. This is what happened to us. You understand? When you turn around and think about the movie Roots, Alex Haley turned around and he sold us off as being African and did it all wrong. Right, and they turn around, and the one part that sticks out the most to me is when they beat Kunta into his name being Toby. That was them beating our nationality, our identity right up off of our backs. This didn't happen to no Africans. When you ask them, even the ones that's born here in America, they'll tell you exactly who they are and where they're from. They have no problem with that, right? But let's continue. Now, when it goes to Ancestry.com, it says the largest and most diverse database compared to other testing kits connect with 90 million family trees and hold on one second. I got this in the way on my screen. And billions of historical records. Over 6 million users offers information both on the distant past as well as more recent relatives and your family tree. Pricing is one of the lowest on the market. $79. And it says it will search for matches for you and email the connections to you. And then it says one con. It says it does not provide health information. Now, you gonna turn around and we just read in the scripture where the white man said he's going to cut us off from being a nation so that the name of Israel shall be no more in remembrance. Now you mean to tell me that he's going to sell you your identity back for $79 for the low price of $79? I mean that don't even make sense. You understand? For him to turn around and give you your identity back for any amount of money. You understand? It doesn't even make sense. For $79, get real. You understand? Then it says why send your DNA for testing? Ancestry will send a pie chart with your predicted ethnicity percentages. Ancestry will continually search for relatives based on shared DNA and send you an email alert. Now, first off, who are they testing in Africa? They claiming to be your family. They not sending you. Oh, this your cousin. You understand? They're not doing that. They turn around and they are just telling you, oh, you're an African. You're 86% African. 9 different. It makes no sense. But then it says, but don't trade in your letter hosing for a kilt. Your ethnicity percentage or estimates. It's not even facts. Okay. So then, of course, a letter hosing and a kilt is Irish dress. You understand? One is a dress and one is like some bib overalls, but they shorts. Okay. So he's saying, don't turn around and trade in your short skirt for a skirt. Okay. And then it says each company uses different databases and best guesses as to your background. It's nothing. It's 100%. It's not even 99.9. Okay. It's not even 99.9 accurate. They just turn around and guess. And guess what they always guess. You're always from Africa. Everybody's always from Africa. Okay. They even tested a damn cat. And said that the cat was from Europe. You understand? They didn't know that people swabbed their mouth to show you how bogus the test is. You understand? It's just ridiculous. So Ancestry uses microarray-based autosomal DNA testing that surveys the entire genome at over 700,000 sites. Autosomal DNA simply means the DNA found in a chromosome inherited from both your father and mother and contains bits of genetic sequences from past generations. Close relatives share large fragments from a common ancestor, while the matched fragments get smaller from more distant ancestors. So the further you go up into Africa, the more lost you're going to get. You understand? It's not going to come back accurate. Okay. The Y I'm going to skip down to the bottom where it says the autosomal DNA test, because that's the one that Ancestry used. The autosomal DNA test looks at locations on all chromosomes that companies have decided are best ethnic matches. It's nothing that they're actually proven. They just decided, we're going to tell all of them that come and get a test that they are from Africa because they know you dumb and you think that anyway. So they're going to say, oh yeah, you're 86%, 15%, this African, 20% that African. Goddamn, how you 9 and 10 different people? It makes no sense. You got to turn around and throw this DNA stuff off of the table. Okay. Then it says, therefore, this test follows both maternal and paternal. But this test can only go back as far as 5 to 6 generations. That's right here. It's the city of St. Louis. That's wherever city that you in. Your 5 and 6 generation of people. You understand? So who are they testing in Africa? You understand? Because they said it gets smaller and smaller. The DNA to matches get smaller and smaller. They're not even going to be able to determine if you are truly kin to these people because you weighed this. Okay, not just because you're here in St. Louis in America and go to Africa. It's talking about distant relatives. Okay, not miles. All right. Let's keep going. And then in First Timothy 1:4 it says, neither give heed to fables in endless genealogy. Okay, you don't have to turn around and go way on back and know every single. It's fine if you do. That's cool. Build a family tree and know every single person in your family. That would be great. Okay, but it's not necessary to know and trace your bloodline. You understand? And it says which ministers questions. That's all this stuff does. I know for sure no one has ever gotten their test is 100% sure and say, or even 99.9% sure and say, I'm African. And they really feel like they're at home. They don't. Okay. And it says rather than godly edifying, which is in faith. That's what we do in ISUPK. You understand? We're not sitting here going off a bogus test. We don't need it. You understand the truth is in the scriptures. All right. And then let's go to the test again. I'm gonna skip down to the bottom half again. It says the amount of autosomal DNA shared with a relative decreases with each successive generation. With your parents and siblings is 50% decrease. Grandparents, half siblings, aunts, uncles, double first cousins, 25%.
First cousins is 12.5%. First cousins once removed 6.25%. And second cousins first cousins twice removed 3.125%. So you're not even going. It's just like no. They say a snowball chance in hell that you are going to turn around and take a DNA test to determine your nationality and it be accurate. All right. Because it's truly not. All right. Let me go to the okay. Let me say DNA tests analyze less than 1% of a person's genome. They will miss most of a person's relatives. They don't even send you a full list of who's actually your family in Africa. DNA snippets or markers are inconsistent. Sometimes they are passed on and sometimes they are not. And whether they are or aren't is random. Okay, so that's not even accurate as well. When a DNA test comes back saying you are 28% finished, all it's really saying is that a DNA test analyzed 28% of it was most similar to that of a completely finished person. And what does completely finished mean? It means people are continually moving and reproducing with other diverse people. If anything, our DNA is getting more muddled, not more clear. So it's not going to turn around and prove anything with a DNA test. No DNA test will prove your nationality. You understand? So we took that off the table and wiped that out completely. All right, now we're going to go with DNA and science that's in the Bible, right? And hold on one second. I got something in front of my screen. I can't see. Let me pull the scripture real quick. This is Numbers 1. I got one. Verse 1 and 2. And it says, and the Lord spake unto Moses in the wilderness of Sinai in the tabernacle of the congregation on the first day of the second month in the second year after they were come out of the land of Egypt, saying. Now everybody know the story of Moses and how the children of Israel, we fled Egypt. You understand? The Lord turned around and punished those Hamites for the things that they were doing to us. You understand? So it was only right for the Lord to turn around and take vengeance out on the people that was turning around and destroying us, right? And then it says, take ye the sum of all the congregation of the children of Israel after their families, by the house of their fathers. And this is where we get, where we say that you are the seed of your father. You understand? Whatever your father is, that's what you are. That's DNA right there. Simple and plain. You don't have to go and pay a white man $79.99 and hope that he's going to give you your true nationality back, your true identity back, which absolutely makes no sense for any black person here in America to go and fall for that banana in the tailpipe. All right. Then it says, by the house of their fathers, with the number of their names, every male by their poles. Now, we already know that the man carries the seed, right? So whatever the man is, that's what the child is going to be. So you don't need that DNA test, right? All you need is actually the scriptures, figure out who's who. Everyone is listed in the Bible, okay? Every race of people is listed in the Bible, and guess what? You could turn around and trace your lineage through them, all right? Now let's go to the next one. Numbers 1 and 16, it says, these were the renown of the congregation, princes of the tribes of their fathers. Simple as that. That's DNA right there. That's all you need. The tribe of your fathers. If your father comes from the tribe of Judah, then you are an Israelite from that same tribe. Okay? If your father is from the tribe of Simeon, you are an Israelite, you understand, in the tribe of Simeon. Simple as that. And it says, heads of thousands in Israel. Right? And then now Numbers 1 and 18. And they assemble all the congregation together on the first day of the second month, and they declare their pedigrees after their families. That's the same thing as you saying, I'm from this tribe and that tribe. You understand? I'm an Israelite from the tribe of Issachar, which would be the so-called Mexican. Tribe of Gad, which would be the native Indians. You understand? We're going to later prove that as well. And then it says, according to the number of the names from 20 years old and upward by their polls. All right.
And here's another scripture that will kill any type of DNA test that you would have to go take if you would just simply follow the scriptures. You know, if you were not a Kemetic scholar and in any type of religion, if you were in the truth, then you would have no problem with holding this down versus trying to go and buy a DNA test. And it's Tobit 4:12. It says, "Beware of all whoredom, my son, and chiefly take a wife of the seed of thy fathers." This is important. Israel, we're not supposed to be mixing with other people. You understand? We're supposed to keep our bloodline pure and holy, right? Separate from everybody else. You understand? White women don't deserve this over here. Okay? They can't get none of this. And take not a strange woman to wife. Take not a strange woman to wife, which is not of thy father's tribe. For we are the children of the prophets. Noah, was that's talking about Noah, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. It says, "Remember, my son, that our fathers from the beginning, even that they all married wives of their own kindred." You know, we have a huge problem here in America. We think we mixed. You understand? We really believe in that lie about mixed, and that is ridiculous. Nobody's mixed. The seed that's inside of the father is already alive. If anybody knows just basic science and having a baby, you know what I'm saying, or Kelly talking about going half on one, you will know that the man carries the seed, and the seed is alive inside of the man, right? And it's waiting to be put inside of the woman, and the woman incubates the baby, and then she brings that beautiful little Israelite baby forth 9 months later. All right? So that's all the DNA that you need. And there is a difference between African Americans and Africans. And the only reason I'm putting African Americans on here is because that's a term that everyone is associated with. That's who we really believe that we truly are. You understand? And there is a difference between us and Africans. And first off, it's in the Bible, right? And I'm going to read the scripture on that. And that's Exodus 11:7. And it says this. It says, one second. It says, "But against any of the children of Israel shall not a dog move his tongue, against man or beast." This is the Lord calling the Egyptians dogs. You understand? The Lord is calling them dogs, right? And then it says, "That ye may know how that the Lord doth put a difference between the Egyptians and Israel." So it's just mind-boggling on how you even think that you are the same as them. Why would anyone turn around and wear ankhs and dashikis and change they get an African name when you not them people? You understand? When the Lord brought us up out of Egypt, he separated us totally. You understand? He separated us totally and gave us our own culture that we're supposed to be following since the beginning. You understand? Since the beginning of creation. Not following the Egyptians. When we were in their land, we was doing what they were doing. And the Lord made a difference between us and them. All right. And here's another scripture. This is Deuteronomy 14:1. It says, "Ye are the children of the Lord your God. Okay. Ye shall not cut yourselves, nor make any baldness between your eyes for the dead." Now, this is an Egyptian custom. And we were doing that. This is why the Lord said, "No, you're not going to do that." You understand? Because we are the children of the Lord our God. We are the only people that actually have a God. You understand? Those gods that those Kemetic scholars and those Egyptians and them Africans pray to, they're dead. They don't even do anything. You understand? What have they done for you? And didn't Janice say that? What have you done for me lately? What have you done for your children lately, Amun-Ra? Nothing. You understand? Then here's another one. We're going to go with another scripture. This is Exodus 5, verse 1 and 2. And then I'm going to get on some more African, show you how we're not Africans. This is Exodus 5, 1 and 2. "And afterward Moses and Aaron went in and told Pharaoh, Thus said the Lord God of Israel, Let my people go, that they may hold a feast unto me in the wilderness." And this is Pharaoh's response. This is the Egyptians' response to this. He says, "And Pharaoh said, Who is the Lord, that I should obey his voice to let Israel go? I know not the Lord, neither will I let Israel go." So the Egyptians, they don't
They don't serve our God. We don't have the same God. He said, who is this God you talking about? I should let them go. I will not. You understand? I don't know him. God only chose one nation of people, right? Blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians. And you're not Egyptians. You're trying to go be a people that you're really even not. All right? Now I'm going to try to skim through this one right here. This one is from South African History Online, right? And it says here, okay, no sweat. I'm going to skip through this one there. I'm going to show some signs here. The definition of Ham. This is, let me see. In the Zondervan, the youngest son of Noah, born probably about 96 years before the flood, and one of the 8 persons to live through the flood, he became the progenitor of the dark races, not the Negroes, right? But the Egyptians, Ethiopians, Libyans, and Canaanites. Okay? Now, I'm going to turn around and show you this right here. These signs all come from slavery, right? This was in May 19, 1784. Okay? You can see it at the top. It says Negroes for sale, right? You got to know and understand that the white man and the African that helped sell us to him knew who they were selling, all right? It says Negroes for sale. This is all legit right here. This is real stuff. This is not no fake, right? They made some recent ones where they did say that Africans for sale, but that's a lie, right? Here it is. This is 1849. Negroes for sale. Public sale, right? Negroes. 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 All right, this one right here was sad of them all right here. This was in March 30th, 1789 in New York. A Negro wench talking about a 16-year-old little girl. You understand? This devil that was selling this little girl was raping her. You understand? And to turn around and the things that we went through and then to call yourself a African, like that is ridiculous. When you're not. No African went through this. You understand? Israelites did. And I'm going to read this real quick because I know we're running short on my time. And it says this is in the book Babylon the Timbuktu. Right? It says, in the year 65 BC, the Roman armies under General Pompey captured Jerusalem in 70 AD. General Vespasian and his son Titus put an end to the Jewish state with great slaughter. During the period of the military governors of Palestine, many outrages and atrocities were committed against the residue of the people. During the period from Pompey to Julius, it has been estimated that over a million Jews fled into Africa, fleeing from Roman persecution and slavery. The slave markets was full of black Jewish slaves. Rudolph Windsor, when he did the real research, my man that made Roots, he just went and got the money. Okay? All right. Now, this article right here, listen. Oh, okay. All right, 1 second. Damn. This thing is in front of my screen and I can't. Okay, there we go. This right here says, this is from Jesse Jackson, right? And it says that black people here in America want to be called African Americans. And this was in 86? This was in 86 when Jesse Jackson, and you can look this article up, Jesse Jackson and a room full of, you know what I'm saying, black politicians all came together and decided to start calling people, blacks here in America, Africans. Before then, we were never called that. You understand? Y'all go check that article out. All right? This was a CNN article. All right? And with that, that's my time. The water, nobody.
All right. Out of every subject that y'all could have touched tonight, the one that I was getting the most feedback from was the DNA argument. And I must say, man, a lot of people was like, how is he going to explain that away? And I think you presented some stuff tonight when it comes to that DNA, man. I think they're going to have to argue against that, bro. Like, real talk. All right, man. That was Captain Tim K of ISUPK under Commander General Yohana. Now, we have my brother, my big brother in the building. As y'all already know, my big brother Bianchi, you have 8 minutes to rebuttal what Captain has said. And the floor is yours.
All right. First of all, I want to say peace to everybody in the chat, hotel. Appreciate y'all tuning in, shalom, etc. Now, let's talk about what Captain said. Like, in real talk,
What do with that paper?
I didn't even bother to bring my DNA test into the equation
Just grab
because
some.
the CAPT already
Just grab some more.
illustrated that he don't understand DNA. Like a minute and a half last time, he didn't get a word out. So and even with what he just illustrated here, he still don't understand how DNA test, migration, etc. take place. All that he read still don't explain nothing because I guarantee Cap, my man, that's my brother, he been talking outspoken about the situation with this animal polite. And for those who fans of polite, those who got a problem with what I'm about to say, kick rocks to your toes. Because it ain't no reason for a man, a grown ass man DNA to be on a 14-year-old girl. So I'm just keeping it a buck. That's how I feel about it. I got 4 daughters. So if you're mad, I don't know what to do. I'm trying to keep my language a little better since I got that criticism the last time. But so I guarantee Cap don't feel differently about DNA when it comes to that polite case and any other case involving rape, molestation, etc. I guarantee it's one of the brothers that he cool with had a young lady got accused of rape and was innocent. Cap don't feel differently about DNA. So, but we already illustrated that he don't understand it in my freelance. So I'm not going to even touch it. As far as what he said about our ancestors and this and that and the seed being with the father. So, girl met Neil Urban Payne, murder story. She got numerous books. The one that I've read the most is the history of life. And she get down to the bare bones.
Captain, you have 2 minutes to speak on the rebuttal of Bianchi and what he just said. You have 2 minutes to give a response to that. So we do, my brother.
All right. I really believe what he just said was totally ridiculous. He just proved that he does not know and understand DNA and how it works. It is one thing for your blood or your semen to be on a person and you test it to see. You understand? You take a rape kit. That's totally different from a DNA test that's going to turn around and determine your nationality. I'm going to feel the same exact way. You understand? When that criminal that he brought up, which actually has absolutely nothing to do with this debate, right. When that criminal is put in prison, when they already tested his semen according to the report, and they said it matches his DNA, right? That right there, that DNA is totally different. Anyone with the smallest amount of sense would know that DNA test is totally different. You understand? That's right there. A woman got raped, a child get molested, and something like that. You know, they test for hair and skin, and you understand all kinds of different things. And that test is totally different. But when you go and you claim to test a person's genome, which is identical with everyone else's except for that 1%, that small percentage that's being tested is not identical. It's not very much to even go off of. So, I mean, he just, ran through that because he know he couldn't prove it. He claims he took a DNA test of his own. So if he did and he really thought he was an African, he would have pulled that tonight and he would have showed the world his DNA test that he got from Ancestry.com, and he would have proved that he was a damn African. But he did not, because he's not an African, okay? And he know that DNA test will not prove so. Okay, so you can wear all the dashikis you want. You still ain't from Africa. Wow. And that test that you said your wife was 36% something, guess what? That test ain't accurate either. You understand? So you wasted $79 times two. Okay, you wasted your money on a DNA test that that did not conclude your nationality. You understand? Oh, you got the cheap version, or you got the express DNA test. Oh, okay. You got the express DNA test, so yours really told you a damn lie. You understand? You went down there and caught the Metro link and went somewhere and took a test and turned around for $50. You didn't catch an Uber nowhere. You went and got on the Metro link. You understand? In unincorporated Florissant, up under a tent. So he just said, we're right next to the other tent where they tested for COVID-19. And then he turned around and said, "Oh, you African?" You understand? Bogus. Ain't no sweat. Hey, the man is in control. You understand? I was actually speaking. I was actually the one speaking. You understand? So
I did interrupt you for whatever that's worth. Yeah, okay. Time is up. You finna get that counted. Brother, so you're not just a child. You already know what it is. Brother, it's your time to get your 25 minutes. And the question is, are black people in America Africans, or are we Israelites? The floor is yours. I'm going to start the time once you start saying the first word. If you want to switch, no, it should be opened up for you. Let's get into it.
All right, let me share my screen real quick. And, all right, what's the name of the presentation?
Time starts now.
All right. That's just the layout for y'all, our three subjects. Let's get into it. So, my brother that other race don't account for the rape of our female ancestors that polluted our DNA with that of our oppressors. You see a lot of misspells in that. My apologies. So you are what your father is a whole new meaning when you realize that great-grandfather was your oppressor. So now, throughout the period of slavery, white society believed black women to be innately lustful beings because the ideal white woman was pure. If anybody ever seen Jungle Fever when the father talked about white men putting a white woman on a pedestal, but then sneaking out to the slave quarter and having his way with the female slave. And that's what we saw in these plantations. When they wouldn't indulge in themselves in our female ancestors sexually, they were renting them out to their family. Now, I'm not going to read this whole thing, but you can pause and read it for yourself. Neil Urban Painter, a leading historian in the United States, notes that this occurred on every plantation. Black women were exploited sexually by their enslavers. And I didn't put the stats up, but she said 1 in 5 of these occurrences resulted in a child because of the frequency of it. Everybody know that every time you have sex, you don't produce a child. But because it was happening so frequently, these women were getting pregnant on a regular basis by these animals who claimed they were animals but couldn't keep their hands on. So again, CAPT and ISRAELITES would have to explain to me, if you are what your father is, how far you going back? What besides it, if not DNA? Because you can't pray the whiteness of your enslaver who raped your great-great-grandmother away. Ain't no praying that away. No scripture you can read that's going to get rid of that. The first Africans forced to work in the New World left from Europe at the beginning of the 16th century, not from Africa. The first slave voyage direct from Africa to the Americas probably sailed in 1526. The volume of slaves carried off from Africa reached 30,000 per year in the 1690s and 85,000 per year a century later. More than 8 out of 10 Africans forced into the slave trade crossed the Atlantic from 1700 to 1850. The decade 1821 to 1830 saw more than 80,000 people a year leaving Africa in slavery. Well over 1 million more, 1/10 of the volume carried off in the slave trade that was followed within the next 20 years. By 1820, nearly 4 Africans for every 1 European had crossed the Atlantic. About 4 out of every 5 women who crossed the Atlantic were from Africa, not Israel, Africa. The majority of enslaved Africans brought to the British North America arrived between 1720 and 1780. There is no substantial record of the enslaved calling themselves anything but African. Nobody talking about you are what your father is, and you're the child of Jacob. Nobody talking. Over the period of the transatlantic slave trade, approximately 1526 to 1867, some 12.5 million slaves were shipped from Africa, and 10.7 million arrived in the Americas. The Atlantic slave trade was likely the most costly human life of all long distance global migration. It's funny they say migration because they didn't fit it. Like they did it by themselves. But anyway, the first Africans forced to work in the New World. I already read that info, so I'm skip. So let's talk about what they call themselves. Now this individual had a book wrote about him called The Bakaroon, the story of the last cargo. It says, sitting on this from the Smithsonian, it's talking about how Zora Neale Hurston, who was a celebrated author in the Harlem Renaissance, she wrote Their Eyes Were Watching God, did a biography of this brother who was the last survivor of the last black cargo, as they called it, that the last slave ship to come over. So it says, sitting on his porch under the Alabama sun, snacking on peaches, Cujo Lewis, born Olaway Casulo recounted to his guest his life story, how he came from a place in West Africa, then traversed the middle taxis in cruel and inhumane conditions on the famed Clotilda ship, and saw the founding of the free community of Africa Town. They didn't call it Israel Town, they called it Africa Town. After 5 years of enslavement, after 2 months of listening to Casulo's tale, his intertolerant, I'm sorry, I'm missing that word, asked to take his donning his best suit and slipping off his shoes, Casulo told her, I want to look like I am African, because that's where I want to be. The brother didn't say, I want to be an Israelite. He said he wanted to be an African. Now, she went out of her way to make sure she used his dialect, so that's why it may sound funny. But again, he said he wanted to be an African, not an Israelite. What did he call himself? So, here, by the time Casulo was brought to the U.S., the slave trade and slavery had been outlawed in the country for about 50 years. But Alabama slaveholder Timothy Mayer chartered the boat, betting correctly that it wouldn't be caught or tried for breaking the law. The ship's captain, William Foster, brought 110 West Africans, not Israelites, West Africans, to Mobile, Alabama, where he and Mary sold some persons enslaved direct. Foster burned the ship, the remains of which were never recovered. He spilled press accounts and the kidnappers' willingness to share their escapade with widespread, and meant that the story of the Clotilda was fairly well documented in the late 19th and early 20th century, explains Hannah Garten, a scholar of American studies at Newcastle University. Almost 90 years old in 1928, the Sala was believed to have been the last survivor of the last slave ship. As she explained in her introduction, he is the only man on earth who has in his heart the memory of his African home. The horrors of the slave raid, locker room, the lynching tones of slavery, and who had 67 years of freedom in a foreign land behind him. I'm going to skip a little bit of time, but I want to talk about what he said to her when finishing up the interview. He said, oh, she called him by his African name. Man, he's born, not the one who's enslaved. He said, oh, Lord, I know it's you. You call me by my name. Nobody don't call me my name across the water but you. You always call me the soul. Just like in the African soil. The African soil, not Israelite soil, or Israeli soil. African soil. So then finally he said this. Cujo feels so wrong, he can't help, he cries sometimes. He missed Africa. He missed Africa, not Israel. Let's go to Onesimus. Now, this is a brother who, as a slave, showed his white enslaved how to inoculate themselves with smallpox. Again, he showed them how to inoculate themselves with smallpox. All my anti-vaxxers, this African, who is one of the most noted people in Boston history to this day, showed white people how to inoculate themselves on the street. Now, again, at the time sake, I'm not going to read all this, but he tells them of an operation that he received in his village, where the medicine man praying to their God. Israel, like, don't pray to God. That's an African kind of thing, right? Amazing. He was praying to their God, and then rubbing pus from an infected person into an open wound on their arm. Once the infected material was introduced into the body, the person underwent the procedure and inoculated against smallpox. It wasn't a vaccination, which involved exposure to less dangerous difficult immunity, but it did activate the recipient's immune response to protect it against the disease most of the time. Now again, listen to what he said. The operation Onesimus referred to consisted of the village medicine
I don't remember hearing medicine man literally, but the village medicine man praying to their God and then rubbing pus from the infected person. Their God, not their God, not the God of Israel, their God. So just to know. Say that again? No, go ahead. So just for a note, it says that in 1716, on this by freedom from Mather, raising funds to purchase another enslaved man named Obadiah to take his place. Mather placed conditions on his release, however, requiring that he remain available for work in Mather home, household at their command, and return £5 that Mather home, and that stole him. Now, ain't that like a devil? This is the one thing I need to capture with you. Because this man saved countless lives, and you didn't set him free. And then when he tried to fire him, you want to put the bitch. But anyway, eventually he did get released, and it says the reason for Onesimus' release is unknown. Some assert that it was the alleged theft, but Mather's diary, his enslaver's diary, carries better support. Mather says that Mather's inability to convert Onesimus to Christianity as his primary motivation to allow Onesimus to purchase his freedom, as he refused to stop praying to his African God. He wasn't praying to the Most High, Yahweh, or Yahweh, or Mashiach, whatever they say. He was praying to African gods, and he wouldn't convert to Christianity. And Cotton Mather was a preacher and felt it was his obligation to convert these savages from Africa to Christianity. This brother, who saved all these people's lives, refused to do so. He was praying to African God. Let's go. I'm going to definitely butcher this brother's name. I'm just going to say Abdul Rahman was an African prince. That's why I said coming to America with those 3 Ks. Because this is the real coming to America. Abdul Rahman was an African prince and Emir who was captured in the Dagal region of Guinea, West Africa, and sold to slave traders and brought to the United States in 1788. Upon discovering his noble lineage, his master, Thomas Foster, began referring to him as Prince, a title he kept until his final day. After spending 40 years in slavery, he was freed in 1828 by order of the U.S. President John Quincy Adams and Secretary of State Henry Clay, after the Sultan of Morocco demanded his release. Abdul Rahman never referred to himself as an Israelite prince, but as an African prince. And that family, as they say, is that. I'm telling you, this is what they said about themselves. They didn't say I was an Israelite. They said I was African. They didn't say I prayed to the Most High. African God. Let's stop with the BS. Count my brother that he could lose me. I'm done.
Oh man, sorry. You went and got it right from the horse's mouth. So I don't really know how easily that can be refuted, man. But Cap, you got 8 minutes to give a rebuttal for what Brother Fiance said, brother.
All right, 1 second. Let me pull my screen up real quick. Uh-oh. Okay, I was on mute, Salakia. I'm going to share my screen. 1 second. Give me 1 second. Nobody. 1 second.
Okay. I'll make sure I start the sound up. You're going. Everybody, this is the Paradigm Shift TV 314 debate of the century. We got my brother Fiance going up against my other brother Captain Dagal, CK of ISRAELITES, and the debate is about, are black people in America? Are we African or are we the biblical Israelites? Captain CK, the floor is yours whenever you're ready, brother.
All right, 1 second. I'm getting there. Hold on.
Shout out to the chat and everybody in the chat that's live out there. I see you, D. New. I see you, Teddy. I see you, Thomas. I see you, Ricky Garfield. Shout out to y'all, man. I see you, Brother Marlon. You know what I'm saying? I see the rest of y'all that are in the chat. I see Captain got some people who came through, showing him some support also in the chat. I don't want to butcher none of y'all names, so forgive me. But shout out to y'all too. Shout out to Black Lions Supreme. Shout out to 85 PM. You know what I'm saying? We see y'all in the building, and the rest of y'all as well. We also see Chris Harris in the building. Shout out to Chris Harris. Shout out to Marlon Sims. Shout out to everybody, man. Brother Marlon, you know what I'm saying?
All right, nobody. This is from South Africa's History Online, and it says all historians agree that it was the Romans' use of the term Africa for parts of Tunisia and northern Algeria, which ultimately, almost 2,000 years later, gave the continent its name. There is, however, no consensus amongst scholars as to why the Romans decided to call these provinces Africa. Over the years, a small number of theories have gained traction. One of the most popular suggestions for the origins of the term Africa is that it derived from the Roman name from a tribe living in the northern reaches of Tunisia, believed to possibly be the Berber people. The Romans variously named these people Afri, Afar, or Ifer. It says some believe that Africa is a contraction of Africa Terra, meaning the land of the Afri. There is, however, no evidence in the primary sources that the term Africa Terra was used to describe the region, nor is there direct evidence that it is from the name Afri that the Romans derived the term Africa. So to even call yourself an African, it's the same as you saying that you're an American. You understand? And the one that is delusional, it has to be DMG, because you go to one source, one book by an African. This woman interviewed an African. You understand? And he's saying, I'm not an Israelite, I'm an African. Yeah, that's because he knows who he is. You understand? And Deuteronomy 28 and 68 is an excellent scripture. You understand? To turn around and describe how we would end up going into slavery. That was a prophecy by the Lord saying if we disobeyed him, that the Israelites will go into captivity on a ship. Now, who else in the history, you understand, went into slavery on ships other than blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians? The ones that DMG likes to exclude. They actually went on ships first. You understand? Before the Negroes did. You understand? But that's something else we're going to get on as well. And I'm going to turn around and read again from Babylon to Timbuktu. Now, we already turned around and read that one scripture where it says that slavery, it was filled with Jewish or black Jewish slaves, not no Africans, because it would have said the research found would have said that it was an African that went into slavery. Okay, and I'm trying to find this other you understand? This other slide real quick. That's okay. I'm going to just read it from the book. This is Babylon to Timbuktu, page 88. It says, Africa had amassed over 1 million Jews. These Jews began a continuous migration to the region of the Niger River. According to the researchers of Nahum Sloshes, it says the tradition of the Jewish traders in the Sahara stretches back to biblical times. Sloshes continues. It says, and it is not at all surprising to encounter in every part of the desert traces of even survivals of a primitive Judaism, which at one time played an important role in the whole region of the Sahara from Senegal to the very borders of Somaliland. As I have mentioned earlier, this region that extends across the entire width of Africa below the Sahara Desert from Senegal to Somaliland is known as the Sudan or Black Africa. Between the 2nd and the 3rd centuries, the black Jews of Arabia continued migrating across the Red Sea to Ethiopia. The largest exodus of the Jews occurred during the the persecution of the Arabs led by Muhammad. He had said on his dying bed that he wanted Islam to be supreme throughout all Arabia. Then it says at the same time that the Jews were migrating westward across the Sudan from Ethiopia. They also migrated southward from Libya, Tunisia, Algeria, and Morocco to the fertile region between the Senegal and Niger rivers. When the Jews from the north and the east met between these two rivers, they established a confluence or crossroad in West Africa where men could exchange their cultural ideas and merchandise. The Jewish migrants went on with great frequency about 300 AD, and they continued with the utmost regularity from 1200 years. So we was in Africa for a long time. Okay, and like DMG has said before, that Africans sold other African tribes. That's another, just calling yourself African is white, right? Saying that you sold other African tribes into slavery is white, because that's a lie. You understand? The research, Rudolph Winslow went and researched and found that the slave ships was filled with black Jews, not Africans. Okay, not at all. All right, and this guy Consola, he is an African and not an Israelite. He said it. You understand? So what else would he say other than I miss Africa when he never been in Israel? Right. He was never even there. So why would he say, "Oh, I miss Israel. I'm an Israelite and I miss my homeland"? He was never even there to begin with. Okay, so that right there, that book is bogus. To turn around and say that the ancestors of slaves said that they were Africans, I didn't hear that. You understand? I didn't hear that at all. You come with one source. Okay, when I showed you plenty where the signs that were these were newspaper articles and posts. You know, they put them on light poles and on buildings and things where they said they had Negroes for sale, not Africans. All throughout history, we have been called Negro. No African called himself a Negro. And what make you think that the white man did not know who he sold? I mean, who he bought? You understand? He bought them from the Africans. And here's another one right here. This is a manifesto. Okay, when I showed you plenty where that signs that were, it says on the top of it, this is who they were selling as well. Put them on light poles and on buildings and things where they said they had Negroes for sale, not Africans. Okay, I'm gonna just read it 1 second. History, we have been called Negro. No African called himself a Negro. It says here, and what make you think that the white man in this manifesto, know who he sold? When they were selling our people, it says at the top, and here's Negroes, manifesto, mulattoes, and people of color. It says they have always called us colored people. That was one of their terms for us, not the Africans. They know who they were. You understand? When they took the land from the Carthaginians, they knew who they took it from. You understand? They knew who they conquered, and they knew that they were not Israelites. They knew that they were Africans. So when the people helped round us up on the ship, they knew that they was not bringing them their own family. That don't even make sense to turn around. And even though Africans, to this day, they still have problems and beef. All 56 different damn countries in Africa. And what is it, 9 provinces. They turned around and still beef right now. And guess what? But they know that they're family. And they didn't go and round up their cousins and their uncles that they were mad at. Like DMG used that sorry excuse to compare us to black on black crime, to say that, well, we sold Africans sold other Africans. That's ridiculous. That sounds ridiculous, man. They didn't get mad at their cousins and then sell them and send them off on a ship. 9 provinces. It was Israelites. And still beef right now. And guess what? But they know that they're family. And they didn't go and round up their cousins and their uncles that they were mad at. Like DMG used that sorry excuse to compare us to black on black crime, to say that, well, we sold Africans sold other Africans. That's ridiculous. That sounds ridiculous, man. They didn't get mad at their cousins and then sell them and send them off on a ship.
All right, time's up right there. Brother Pianki, you got 2 minutes to give a response to what Captain 10K just said, and then we're gonna head into round number two. The floor is yours, bro. You got 2 minutes.
Well, I didn't hear much of it because I had some technical difficulties. I apologize to the family that's watching for that. That said, I did hear him reference from Babylon to Timbuktu, which is complete and other BS and has been debunked several times over. But let's just go over what this nonsense, this fantasy historical fiction novel says. It says that 1 million Jews went into North Africa in 70 AD, right? And that they eventually migrated to West Africa. Now, the distance from Northeast Africa to West Africa is a longer distance than from New York to California. Now, check this out, because this was funny about it. With no cars, with no trains, so they walked. they got in chariots or whatever the case was. The Most High transported them, I guess, to West Africa. But that's cool. I ain't gonna even touch that. Forget that. Forget that. He's saying that they was in Africa. They went into Africa in 70 AD, and that we know the transatlantic slave trade didn't occur to the late 1400s, early 1500s, like around 1490. So they was in West Africa for over 1,000 years, right? And they stayed to themselves. You know, they talk about the kingdom of Judah on the map, which we know it was a clean kingdom of Wida, and they worship the snake god, but they say that they was Jews worshiping the Most High. They have no historical knowledge. They make stuff up to fit their narrative, and that's cool. Keep it at belief, but we trying to make this real history, and that just don't jive with real history. First of all, if you in Africa for over 1,000 years, how the hell ain't you African? How the hell ain't you African and you was in Africa for over 1,000 years, Doc? Somebody explain that to me, number one. But, okay, that's cool. So now he called a white man the devil that the Bible speaks of. It's like they are a devil on biblical proportions. And they came into Africa and said, hey, we going to take these Jews. We ain't going to take y'all. We just going to take the Jews. Like we playing respect of person with these Jews, and we ain't going to touch y'all Africans. That's what this devil said. These people who colonized, imperialized, and imposed their will on indigenous people all over the planet said, we're going to come in Africa, but we ain't going to get no Africans. We just going to get these Jews. And that makes sense to him because it has to. Because if you actually deal with the reality of who these people were and what they was doing, you would know. They were snatching up whoever they can get their hands on, period. And it didn't matter whether they said they was the tribe of Judah or if they was Shaka Zulu daughter. They was snatching up whoever they can get their hands on, because that was the economy. Enslaving our people was the economy. They weren't asking nobody what do you call yourself and who you are. They weren't doing that. Like that don't make dog sense.
Let you close on out. Close on out, bro.
Bottom line is, if we saying that Europeans came into Africa and decided I'm gonna take this people and I'm not gonna take these people, we out of our damn mind.
Man, that was a heavy bomb right there, man. Hey, Cap. Yeah, I think both of y'all did y'all thing in that first round, man. You put out some nice points. Brother Pianki gave some nice rebuttals, as well as you, Pianki. You laid out some nice points, and Cap, you gave some nice rebuttals as well. We're about to move into round two. Round two was King James a black man?
Okay. Can you hear me? I'm about to share my screen again. One second.
Cap, you up first.
Yes.
You have 25 minutes. The floor is yours. Again, the second round topic was King James a black man, and did he play a role in the transatlantic slave trade? The floor is yours. I'm going to start your time when you start talking.
All right. I'm about to share my screen. Okay. Can you hear me? I'm about to share my screen again. All right. Now we're going to go into King James, the ruler. I appreciate it. the ruler of the Dark
And this is
Ages.
round
It was
two
also called the
of Brother
Jacobean period.
Pianki,
You can look
Captain
this up,
Dagal.
and you'll
Topic:
find this to be a fact.
Who are black people
When you
in America?
go and
Are
you
we
think about
Africans
the
or are we
Jacobean period,
Israelites? This is round
this is
two.
the period
Captain
where
Dagal is going first.
this
We're going to start the
specific
clock
line of
when he
people
begins to
actually
talk about his
ruled.
PowerPoint.
Right?
The floor is yours.
That's why it's called that. You understand? Because guess what? The sons
King
of
James,
Jacob during the Renaissance period, you understand, they were the ones in power and in control. Pianki had mentioned how the king of Scotland was white, and he said he's gay. You know, it sounds real Christian. You know, King James was actually against homosexuality. When you go and look up this King James, right? In the ruler of the Dark Ages, he was against homosexuality. He was not a homosexual. Okay, and he was not a white boy. All right. Now, Pianki said that we would do a lot of praying and things like that. We do work in ISRAELITES. We're not like Christians and just sit and pray and, oh God, pray away my white
actually against homosexuality.
my white ancestors. You understand? We don't do that in ISRAELITES, right? Here in Revelations 20. Verse 1 through 3, it says, and I saw an angel come down from heaven, having the key of the bottomless pit, and a great chain in his hand. And he laid hold on the dragon, that old serpent, which is the devil and Satan, and bound him 1,000 years, and cast him into the bottomless pit, and shut him up, and set a seal upon him, that he should deceive the nations no more, till the 1,000 years should be fulfilled, and after that he must be loosed a little season. Right now, to a lot of people that don't believe the Bible, you know, they would think that this is like a ghost story. Okay, but when Commander Junior Hanna went and they did real research, right? They didn't just think that this was some spooky story about a dragon and a serpent and a devil and a Satan and chains and a key. You understand? This right here, this meant something. This was a prophecy. It means something, right? And this is the period where our people actually ruled in Europe for that 1,000 years. It says that he was shut up and he could not deceive the nations anymore, right? So that in that time period, he was not telling all of those lies like what he is now, because the scripture says after that he would be loose for a little season. And guess what? He's back to it. You understand? He's back to his same old lies. So when it comes to King James, you understand, they lie and say that he's a white man when he is not. This is a picture here of King James right here. This is clearly a brother. You understand? This is not a white boy. All right. This is not a white boy. All right. And I'm gonna go with this article that they got from the Sun.
He would be
right in UK, the Sun.co.uk.
So when
it's a
King James,
British
you understand, they lie
article,
and say that he's
right?
a white man.
And it said this is a royal target.
This is
and who was James the First? When he was king of England, how many assassination attempts were made on him, and how did he die? And it says the royal was the target of one of the most famous plots in British history. Now, for one, like, you got to think, why are they trying to assassinate him so much if he was beloved by his white, you know what I'm saying, by his fellow white relatives? Okay. And if he was a white homosexual, he'd really be loved by his white relative. But this right here is going to show you how you got to know that this is not the same guy that you will compare and say that King James is white. Okay, November 1605, Guy Fawkes and a group of others plotted to assassinate King James I of England, also known as James the Sixth of Scotland, right? And it says their failed attempt is remembered as Bonfire Night every year. Okay, they made this a holiday. They tried to turn around and murder this black man, right? Who turned around and ruled. Now, DMG says something that, you know, sounds quite ridiculous. just because you migrate, it doesn't necessarily mean that you walked. You understand? I mean, that is a long way to travel. But just like everyone else was doing, they were on boats, they were walking, they were doing what they had to do. They were horse and carriage. You understand? Several different means of transportation. Yes, they did not have cars. Yes, they did not have planes, but they had means of travel. Anyone that has done any real research would know that. You understand? A horse and a buggy was extremely used back in those times. All right? And it says that James was born on June 1566 at Edinburgh Castle. He was the only son of Mary, Queen of Scots. Now, his mother was a white woman, right? Which happens to, pretty much today, to where you see a black man getting with a white woman. What did my man call it? Jungle fever? You understand? He had jungle fever, and her second husband, Henry Stuart, also known as Lord Darnley. Both Mary and Darnley were great-grandchildren of Henry VIII, of England, and therefore related to his daughter, Queen Elizabeth, right? And it said, when did he become king of England? Which happens, Elizabeth first was the last of Henry VIII's descendants, and James was seen as her most likely heir. This is why when his mother was supposed to turn around and continue on, he took after her, and they put him in place. And it says Elizabeth died in the early months of 24th March of 1603, and James was proclaimed king in London later the same day. His coronation took place on the 25th of July with elaborate allegories provided by dramatic poets such as Thomas Dekker and Ben Jonson. All right, one second, bear with me while I move this stuff around. And they put him in place. And it says Elizabeth died in the early months. All right. And it says how many assassination attempts, and James was proclaimed king in London later the same day. His coronation took place. Has there been against James? King James. All right, let's keep going. And it said the most famous assassination attempt is the gunpowder plot, which was carried out by a group of provincial English Catholics led by Robert Catesby. Now, this is what the white man is doing today. They're still murdering blacks. They're still murdering black people today. Okay, and they plotted back then, right? The English Catholics turned around. The English Catholics turned around and led this right here. This is Robert Catesby. The idea was to blow up the House of Lords during the state opening of England's Parliament on the 5th of November 1605, an event which would be attended by King James. Catesby was joined by fellow plotters John Wright, Thomas Winter, Thomas Percy. One second. The English Catholics turned around. The English Catholics turned around and led this place. Guy Fawkes, Robert Keyes, Thomas Bates, Robert Winter, Christopher Wright, John Grant, Ambrose Watwood, Sir Everett Digby, and Francis Tresham. These are all white people that turned around and plotted to murder King James. Right? Thomas Percy. I'm gonna skip down one. Let me go. One second. Okay, this is how did King James die. Okay, here's another article. I'm gonna skip to the next article right here. This is John Grant, the Moorish kings of Europe. King Charles Stuart II, the Black Boy King of England. Right, not white boy. Okay, this is what our people do not understand. Is we're not just making stuff up just to fit a narrative. You understand? This is actually true. And the white man, he is the devil. And he is our oppressor. And he's back to the same old lies. That's what the word devil means. It doesn't mean ghost. It means liar. And he has lied about everything. He even claims to be the Egyptians. You understand?
White boy.
If
Okay.
Pianki is
This is
correct
what
and he's an
our people do not
African, the white man
understand,
claims to
is
be
we're not
him
just
too.
making
You
stuff
understand?
up just
When
to fit a
even in the
narrative,
Bible,
you understand,
and even in
this is actually
records,
true.
you understand?
And
In
the white man, he is the
history,
devil, and he is our
the damn
oppressor,
Africans and the
and he's back
Egyptians
to the
are
same
dark
old lies.
people
That's
too.
what the word devil means.
You
It
understand?
doesn't
So,
mean
like I
ghost.
said, the white
It
man, you
means
got to turn
liar.
around and
he
you got to
just
get
lied
from
about
under
everything.
his lies,
He
you
even
know, that
claims
he
to
has
be the
told
Egyptians.
and has our
You
people
understand?
believe in
If,
the things that we believe. Hold on
Pianki
one
is
second. My,
correct
friend,
and
my
he's
screen
African,
froze. Hold on
the white man claims to be him too.
one second.
You understand? When even in the Bible, and even in records, you understand? In
Okay,
history,
okay, it's back up. It's back up now.
The damn Africans and the Egyptians are dark
Okay,
people
no sweat.
too.
It says Mary
Understand?
King
So, like I
Charles
said,
Stewart
white man, you
II.
gotta turn
And by the
around
way, the word
and you
more
gotta
just
get from
simply
under
means black,
his lies,
right? Moorish.
You know, that he has
And they
told
call it King
and has our
James
people believe
black.
in the things
All right.
that we believe.
And it says
Hold
the
on one
Black
second.
King
My
of
screen
England.
froze. Hold on.
I can't pronounce that word. I don't
CAPT
know how
having
to say
a
that.
little
The word Stewart
I'm
comes
gonna
from the
pause
old
time
Nordish
until you
root
get it.
Svart, which means black. Stewart is the same word as swarthy, which means black in Old English. Others claim its root origin is Stuart. However, that might be. This is not the truth of the story here. Our story is about the suppressed history of the black and brown Europeans, including several kings that had once called Europe their original home. Okay, now Europe is a long way from Africa. What do you say, California and what was the other place? You understand? And that distance right there, Europe and Africa is a nice little distance away as well. And guess what? They made it there. Our people made it there too. If you know anything about Israelites, we've always traveled. You understand? We've always traveled, man. So that's nothing new. Okay? Traveling is nothing new to us. And then it says, there was once a Stuart line of kings in England. The name of the founding ancestor was Stuart. Okay, let me hold on one second. It keeps freezing. My screen keeps freezing. One second. Okay, hold on.
The thing fixed on your end. Again, man.
Okay, it's back up. It's back up.
Too long, but we're gonna let a couple of y'all come on and ask questions about participants in this debate. If you really can't go ahead.
Okay, once it's froze again.
Okay,
Hold on, let me
hold on one second.
let me try to pull it back. Hold on.
1 second.
I can
Let's get it together. Y'all in the chat, y'all make sure y'all get y'all questions ready. We got one more round to go. We're gonna open it up for Q&A. We're not gonna be on too long, but we're gonna let a couple of y'all come on and ask questions to both participants in this debate. If you're ready, Cap, go ahead.
Okay, once it's froze again.
Okay.
Hold on, let me
Pause it now.
pull it back. Hold on.
All right, nobody. I got it.
Y'all can see, man.
Okay, in this post, we featured the original painting of one of the Stuart kings of England and Scotland. Now, the pictures are not up here because of the article. They would have turned around, and I put the one, you understand, I didn't put all of the different ones that they had turned around. They had white people, and then they had the original pictures. You understand? The same way that the white man took the original paintings of Christ. The original paintings that you've seen everywhere around the world would be him being black. But he took and he painted the ones and made them white. Made God white, Christ white. Even the two where it's supposed to be man, God and man touching each other's finger. You understand? That's God is white. You understand? You look at that arm that's extended to touch the man's finger. That you know what I'm saying? And that man was supposed to be him touching Adam's finger. That's those two arms are white. Okay, so he turned around and just took everything and lied about it all, and he even lied about King James as well.
But he took
Okay, so it would be kind of crazy for a person to know that the white man is the devil, which means liar, and that you have a track record, right, of him lying about every damn thing. So to turn around and believe
that
those two arms are white.
King James was
so
white. Of course he would be to a white man. You understand? The same way Christ is white to a white man. The same way God is white to a white man. The same way the Israelites is white. Well, they call themselves Israelis. They don't even call themselves Israelites. You understand? They call themselves Jewish. They don't even call themselves Jews. Okay? So when you turn around and you find out that he is the source of the lies, you got to turn around and start searching for the truth. And my brother DMG has continued. He's perpetuating the lies. You understand? The lie of black people here in America being Africans. The lie of King James being white and having his hand in slavery. You understand? That is totally false. And it is a lie. All right? And it says also, lovely known, King Charles II, also lovingly known as the black boy of England by his subjects. Now, why are they calling him the black boy if he's white? I've never heard a white man call himself black. I've never heard anyone call a white man black at all. I've never heard anyone say that. I heard people make jokes about Bill Clinton and say he must be black because he smoked weed and because he got fellatio in the you know what I'm saying, the Oval Office. That still don't make him black. You understand? That still does not make him black. All right, and it says he is commemorated in the celebrated name of the Black Boy Inn, found all over the British Isles. Like his ancestors before him, King Charles II was a black man. He was not white. And you got to know and understand this. King James was not white. Okay?
That still don't make him
and let me go on. It says many of his surviving paintings falsely depict him as a so-called white man, in clear contradiction to the famous description of the Jolly King. Right now, everybody, like I said, everybody has the picture. Everything is white in Christians' mind. You understand? In the mind of a Christian, everything is white. You understand? The white man, what do they say? White is right.
Okay.
Right. It just can't be black. It could not be a black man ruling in Europe at that time. Why do they call it the Dark Ages? The more recent scholars even tried to change it and say, well, it's called dark because it was cultureless. Oh no, it was not cultureless at all. You understand? We had a culture, and the white man could not affect it at that time. Then they say, well, it was like that because there wasn't much knowledge. It was knowledgeless. That's a goddamn lie. You understand? Those are two lies, two more lies he's trying to bring on. Okay, the same way he claimed that we migrated from Africa to America. You understand? So that's another lie that he's trying to pull. He's trying to do away with all of his brutal history and just be loved and accepted by everybody.
We had a culture.
It's just I'm a loving guy. You know, you gotta love me. You understand? God is love. That's what the Christians say. All right, and then it says, however, in the picture posted immediately below, and that's one of the pictures. It says one can see one of the contemporary paintings of King Charles Stuart II, and it says the merry black boy of England. And it says this picture invites all to decide why King Charles Stuart II would have been called the black boy. He was not called the white boy, like what he said.
You understand?
Salaki must.
God is love. That's what the Christians say. All right, and then it says, however,
and I'm gonna yield my time right there. Nobody, my screen keep freezing on me.
One of the contemporary paintings of King Charles Stuart II, and it says, "Merry Black Boy of England." It says this picture invites all to decide why King Charles Stuart II would have been called the black boy. He was not called the white boy, like what he said. It's, and I'm gonna yield my time right there. Nobody, my screen keep freezing on me.
Okay, no problem. Okay, well, Captain 10K yield his time. You had 6 minutes and 45 seconds left, but that's cool. DMG, my brother Pianki, after hearing everything that Cap has said, you have 8 minutes to rebuttal any topic that you want to rebuttal.
Check it out. Check it out. Check it out, nobody.
Put yourself on mute.
I'm just gonna get into my presentation because Cap just cut his own head off. It's blood everywhere. It's blood on the walls, on the floor. I'm slipping and sliding. Can't even get off the room. I gotta go get my boy some help. I gotta call somebody that can get him a blood transfusion because he bleeding to death and he did it to himself.
Oh man, go ahead. Floor is yours, bro. 8 minutes.
All right, so let me share my screen.
I'll start your time when you start.
Give me a second. Give me a second.
Man,
I'm not on the right screen.
As y'all can see, these two brothers are starting to get lit in here. Starting to get hot in here, man. Seems like somebody pressing somebody's buttons, man. And y'all already know what direction this debate is headed towards, man. I want to give some applause to my brother Captain 10K. I also want to applaud my brother Piyunki. Shout out to the chat. I see Sabio is in the chat. He's up in the chat as well now. Shout out to Sabio Robertson, Scripture Ripples.
Shout out to my brother Cap, man. He's doing a good job. But let's talk about what's King James, a black man. Did he play a role in the slave trade? So here you see a picture of fake King James, this superimposed picture that they done made up trying to make this man black. And then you got Bass Reeves, the real Lone Ranger. Look at them. That's pretty much the same dude. I don't know why they trying to take this great American black man, this figure who actually descends from Africa, and make him King James. But, you know, they need to stop with the counterfeit. You got fake James and you got Bass Reeves, the real Lone Ranger. And again, look at this nonsense. It's ridiculous. But we're going to get off of that and we're going to get into the real meat of this presentation as it relates to King James. Let's go. So this is a pain to King James. Let's get right to it. Let's get it out of the way. No, he wasn't black, and he could care less about black people. This portrait is painted by John D. Lacritz in 1605. So King James was alive and posed for. If he was black, he must have wanted to be viewed as white. All right? Let's move on though. This is King James when he was a boy. This is King James when he was a boy. Now they want to argue with me about his sexuality. This is him when he was a boy. King James was born June 19, 1566 in Edinburgh Castle, Edinburgh, Scotland, and died March 27, 1625 in Theobald's, Hertfordshire, England. I hope I said that right. He was the King of Scotland from 1567 to 1625 and was the first Stuart King of England from 1603 to 1625, who styled himself the King of Great Britain. Now, Brad Hale, PhD, notes that this portrait of James as a boy was painted by Arnold Brockhorst in 1574. So again, this was while King James was alive, and he had no issue with the depiction. That depiction ain't black. It ain't even masculine. But let's go. This is King James and his mother. James was the son of Mary, Queen of Scots, and great-grandson of Henry VIII, King of England and Lord of Ireland, and thus a potential successor to all three thrones. He succeeded to the Scottish throne at age 13, at 13 months, after his mother was compelled to abdicate in his favor. This is a depiction of King James and his mother. Can you tell who the hell is who? But yeah, he was masculine. He was black. Let's go. This is King Henry VIII. James was the son of Mary, Queen of Scots, as we said, and her second husband, Henry Stuart, Lord Darnley. He was descended through the Scottish kings from Robert the Bruce. Y'all remember the movie Braveheart? Freedom! All right, Robert the Bruce. And the English Tudors through his great-grandmother, Margaret Tudor, sister of England's most famous king, Henry VIII. Now, this is Henry VIII. You are what your father is. Everybody know this is Henry VIII. You are what your father is, and this is his grandfather. I'm trying to figure out how the hell he black. But let's go. He succeeded the last Tudor monarch of England and Ireland, Elizabeth I, who was his cousin. This is his cousin. Oh, no, Henry VIII was not his grandfather. That was his uncle. My bad. My bad. Henry VIII's father was his grandfather. So it's the same thing. But anyway, he succeeded the last Tudor monarch of England and Ireland, Elizabeth I, who was his cousin and died childless. He continued to reign in all three kingdoms for 22 years. Okay, now you see his cousin. This is Elizabeth I, England's most famous queen, daughter of Henry VIII. Let's go. Now let's talk about, my brother was talking about the Jacobean era and the Dark Ages. Let's define those things, shall we? So the period of the Jacobean age, as they call it, the period of King James' rule is known as the Jacobean era and lasted until his death. The Jacobean era, 1603 to 1625, is so called because this age is named after James the First, who reigned England from 1603 to 1625 and has no relation to the biblical Jacob, nor does it refer to the race of those who ruled. They call it this because in between 1620 and 1660, Puritanism became the driving force in the life and literature of England. Come on, man. And that was off the dome. Like, I just know this, but let's talk about the Dark Ages. The Dark Ages is regarded by historians as lasting from the late 5th to early 6th century to the 10th century AD. The early medieval period of Western European history, specifically the time 476 to 800 CE, when there was no Roman or Holy Roman Emperor in the West, and more generally the period between 500 and 1000, which was marked by frequent warfare and a virtual disappearance of urban life. Again, this is off the dome. So now, I thought Cap said that King James ruled during the Dark Ages, but the Dark Ages was long over because this is 1603 when King James ruled, and the Dark Ages stopped at 1000, as early as 800. What the hell kind of correlation are we trying to make between these quote unquote Dark Ages and King James and his rule? With no black people ruling England. England was oppressing and enslaving and killing black people. That's a fantasy. It's made up. It makes no sense. The Dark Ages and King James have literally no correlation. King James came 600 years after the Dark Ages ended. Possibly 800 years after it ended. It's blood all over the floor, all on the walls, all on the ceiling. Somebody come and help my brother Captain. He bleeding to death. But let's go. Let's look at his queen. According to historian David Harris Wilson, throughout his youth, James was praised for his chastity. He wasn't getting none, y'all, since he showed little interest in women. But Cap want to talk about his sexuality. Historian David Harris Wilson disagreed. He continued to prefer male company. A suitable marriage, however, was necessary to reinforce his monarchy. And the choice fell on 14-year-old Anne of Denmark. Say that again?
30 seconds.
30 seconds?
Yeah.
I thought I had 25 minutes.
No, you had 2 minutes. I mean, you had 8 minutes to rebuttal Cap.
No, remember I said, I'm not even doing no rebuttal. I'm just going to get into my presentation.
So you just want to skip the rebuttal and the response to the rebuttal and just go right into
the presentation is the rebuttal. That's why I said I wasn't doing that. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, I know what you were saying, but we still got to finish the second round on Cap end though.
I got you.
You might have to throw that out.
Okay, I can stop. I can stop. Let me finish this with his wife, and I'll stop right here. So the choice fell on 14-year-old. All right, the choice fell to 14-year-old Anne of Denmark, younger sister of younger daughter of Protestant Frederick II. Shortly after a proxy marriage in Copenhagen in August 1589, Anne sailed for Scotland, but was forced by storms to the coast of Norway. On hearing that the crossing had been abandoned, James sailed with a 300-strong routine to fetch Anne personally, in what historian David Harris Wilson calls the one romantic episode of his life. This portrait was again painted by John de la Critz in 1605. She was not only was she white. My bad. So not only was she white, not only was he white, so was his queen. All right, let me stop sharing. So my bad. I think I had some miscommunication. I thought I was just going straight into my
No, you good.
I
You
can stop
good.
right there because I got plenty more, and I don't want to
You
cut
good.
Cap anyway. He already bleeding. You need life. You need a
I
blood
got you,
transfusion.
bro. Let me go and drop this for the brother. You know what I'm saying? Captain 10K, Pianka, go on mute. Captain 10K, take yourself off mute. You have 2 minutes to respond to what Brother Pianka said.
All right, no sweat.
I
I'm
wanna
gonna
say
first
this before
go
you go.
to First
He not
Maccabees
only showed
3
what
and
we know
48, and it
as the
says,
earliest picture of King
"And
James,
laid open the book
but
of
he
the law,
showed the dude's wife.
wherein the
He showed the
heathen
dude's mama.
had sought
He
to
showed the
paint
dude's
the
daddy. He
likeness
even showed
of
one of the
their
dude's
images."
cousins,
Okay,
bro.
now
I'm
he
really
did
wanting to
present
see
a picture
what you have
of
to
King
present to
James,
debunk
of
what
King
Brother
James's
Bianchi
mother,
just presented. You have 2 minutes.
you
The
know,
floor is
his
yours,
wife,
bro.
and everybody.
All right,
Those
no
are
sweat.
all
I'm
white
gonna
people.
first go to
You understand?
First
The same way
Maccabees
he made that
3
same mistake
and
with pulling that
48.
one book
And it says,
with that one African
"And
that
laid
says he
open the
misses
book of the
Africa
law,
because he is an African.
wherein
You
the
understand? He's not an
heathen
Israelite.
had
So he would
sought
not
to
say
paint
that,
the
I miss
likeness of
Israel
their
and I'm an
images."
Israelite and,
Okay.
and I
Now,
pray to
he
the Most
did
High.
present
He
a
would say that he
picture
prays to
of
his
King
gods
James,
because he
of
doesn't
King
even
James'
have one.
mother,
The same way in the scripture in
you know,
Exodus where
his
we
wife,
read in
and everybody.
5
Those are
where
all white people.
the Pharaoh
You
told
understand?
Moses, who
The
is this
same
God
way
of
he
yours?
made that same
I know
mistake
not
with
God.
pulling
You
that one
understand?
book
I don't know him.
with that
And
one
guess what? God
African
doesn't
that
know them
says
either.
he
The
misses
Bible says that he
Africa
only
because he is
knows
an African.
Israel.
You
All right,
understand?
and
He's
we
not
are
an
blacks,
Israelite. So
Hispanics,
he
and
would
Native
not
Indians.
say
So,
that,
like I said,
I
if
miss
everybody
Israel, then I'm
knows,
Israelite,
the
and,
Russian, what is it,
and
the
I pray
Russian
to the Most High.
icons,
He
right?
would say that he
It's where
prays
they
to
took
his
and
gods
took
because
the
he doesn't even
images,
have one.
because they
The
still have
same
them.
way in the
They still
scripture in
have
Exodus we
all
read
of
in
the
5
true
where
images of
the
the
Pharaoh
angels,
told Moses,
of
who is this
Christ,
God of
of
yours?
the disciples,
I know not
of the
God. You
apostles,
understand?
of
I don't know him.
everybody
And guess
Israelite,
what?
right?
God doesn't know
And
them
then
either.
guess
The
what?
Bible
They're
says he
all
only knows
black. They're all in
Israel.
color.
All right, and we
None
are
of them
blacks,
is white.
Hispanics, and Native Indians.
Right, so he
So,
took all
like
of
I
those
said,
pictures and
if
he painted it,
everybody
and that's what it
knows,
says in the
like
scripture here.
the Russian,
I'm gonna read
what
it
is it,
again.
Russian
First Maccabees 3
icons,
and
right?
48.
It's where
And
they
laid
took
open the
and
book of the law,
took the
wherein the
images,
heathen,
because
the
they still
so-called
have
white man,
they still have
Edomites,
all
right? They are
of
heathens.
the true
And it says the
images
so-called
of the
heathen,
angels,
I mean, it's
of
like
Christ,
wherein the
of the
heathen had
disciples,
sought to
of the
paint the
apostles,
likeness
of
of their
everybody
images.
Israelite, right?
So I'm
And
not
then guess what? They're
shocked
all
and
black.
confused
They're all
anymore
in
now that I
color.
know the truth
None of
about
them is white.
everybody was not
Right?
damn
So he
white.
took all of
You
those
understand?
pictures and he put it in.
Only
And
a
that's what it
liar
says in
would
the
say
scripture
that and
here.
present that.
I'm gonna read it
Like I
again. First
said, the white
Maccabees
man
3
even
and
takes
48.
and
And
says that
laid
he's
open the book of
Egyptian,
the
says
law,
that he's
wherein
African.
the
He's every
heathen, the
damn body.
so-called white man,
Okay,
Edomites,
and we
right?
know
They are
now that
heathens.
the
And
picture
it
that he
says the
took of
so-called
Christ, he even
heathen,
lied about
I
that.
mean, it's like
In
wherein
the
the heathen had sought
in the
to paint
Vatican,
the
they
likeness
actually
of
pray
their images.
to a
So
black Jesus,
I'm not
the
shocked
original
and
painting, the Black
confused anymore.
Mary.
Now that I know the truth about
You understand?
everybody who's
So
not damn
so
white.
who don't know? And then
You
they gave
understand?
out the white ones.
Only a
You
liar
understand? So
would
who
say
don't
that
know
and
that they
present that.
lied about
Like I
their
said,
images?
the white man
You
even
understand? So
say
you pulling that
and
and pulling
says
those
that he's
images
Egyptian,
prove
says that
absolutely
he's
nothing.
African. He's
When
every
there
damn
is,
body.
you can actually pull
Okay?
up that
And we
article that I
know
pulled
now that
and go
the
in,
picture that he
like I
took
said,
of
in
Christ,
British
he even lied about
Britain,
that.
and you'll see
In the,
where
in the
all over
Bible, they
England
actually
is
pray
Black Boy.
to
You
a
understand?
black
It's
Jesus.
commemorated about
The
King
original
James.
painting, the
You
black
understand?
30,
Not
30
the white
seconds,
man.
Cap.
You
All right.
understand? So who don't know? And then they gave out the white ones. You understand? So who don't know that they lied about their images? You understand? So you pulling that and pulling those images prove absolutely nothing. When there is, you can actually pull up that article that I pulled and go in, like you said, in Britain, and you'll see where all over England is Black Boy. You understand? is commemorated about King James. You understand? Not the white one. All right.
Okay. We're gonna stop right there. Shout out to my brother Cap. Shout out to my brother Cap, man. As we see previously, my brother Pianki kind of jumped the gun. Cap, if you could put yourself on mute. Pianki, take yourself off mute. Pianki, now this is your 25-minute. This is your time to get your 25 minutes to go into the second question of the round, in which the second question of the round is: was King James a black man, or did he play a role? And did he play a role in the transatlantic slave trade? We already know that you went in deep on your 8-minute rebuttal, and you started off giving some of your PowerPoint in round number 2. So it's on you how you want to proceed from now. Your time start when you start, my brother. Floor is yours.
All right, so that's what's up. So yeah, I jumped the gun because Cap shot his own head off so fast. I got kind of hyped. But let me get back to my PowerPoint. And so this is his son, and I ain't gonna need 25 minutes because I'm almost done with my PowerPoint. So it's kind of grand opening, grand closing at this point. This is King James' son again, and now I just want to say, this artwork is documented, dated, etc. And let me go back a few slides so I can tell. John DeCritz is the artist. Historian David Harris Wilson is the historian and the expert on King James in this period. So, I mean, he could say I ain't pulled sources, but I mean, do my Israelite brothers know what that is? I'm not quite sure, but let's talk about his son and his grandson, Charles I of England and Charles II of England. Now you see these individuals, right? Now he kept talking about this black boy pub, and I didn't put it in the presentation because I didn't even think about it. But I know for a fact, and again, this is just off the dome because history is my thing. The Black Boy Pub was named after Charles II, not because he was black, but because he had black hair. Anybody ever heard of Blackbeard the Pirate? I'm sure you have in the audience. You've heard of Blackbeard the Pirate. There have been many fictional depictions of him throughout history, etc. Nobody thinks that Blackbeard the Pirate was a black man, but his beard was black. They called him Blackbeard. Just like they called Charles II Black Boy because of his hair. Eric the Red was a famous pirate. A famous Viking pirate. He was called Eric the Red because of his hair. They wouldn't calling him Black Boy because he was black. Like, we got to stop with this nonsense. But let's go. So, speaking of Charles II and King James and his involvement in the slave trade, let's talk about the Royal African Company. As early as 1618, King James granted a patent to a company that wanted to trade for gold and precious woods in Africa. However, after seeing how profitable enslavement of Africans had become, the company's new focus and profits derived from the transatlantic slave trade. The Royal African Company, RAC, was an English mercantile or trading company set up in 1660 by the Royal Stewart family. That's the family that Cap is calling black, right? That didn't have nothing to do with the slave trade. The company was started, the patent was started by King James, and still in 1660, after he was gone, the Royal Stewart family and the City of London merchants started this company and got it going, right? So again, the Royal Stewart family and the City of London merchants to trade along the west coast of Africa. It was led by the Duke of York, who was the brother of Charles II. Charles II is King James' son. They're supposed to be black, right? And later took the throne as James II. So again, these are King James' sons. After King Charles, James II took the throne. They brothers. They're King James children, his sons, his seed. They were princes. And so it shipped more African slaves to the Americas than any other company in the history of the transatlantic slave trade. And that's case closed. And this is just general history, people. Like, everybody know this. King James, a supposed black man, started a company that wanted to trade for gold and precious woods in Africa. However, after seeing how profitable the enslavement of Africans had become, the company's new focus and profits derived from the transatlantic slave trade. His sons continued his legacy of trading African slaves in the transatlantic slave trade and shipped more African slaves to the Americas than any other company in the history of the transatlantic slave trade. What more can I say? Are you not entertained?
Man, are you not entertained?
Done. Like this, it's blood everywhere, man. I'm scared to walk because I'm going to fall in his blood and I don't even want to get this stuff on me, man.
Hey, man. Say, my brother, you yielded your time. You still had 20 minutes and 40 seconds left. You did that in 5 minutes. Oh, man. Okay. Captain 10K, you heard everything the brother Pianki had to say. You seen him show the pictures. You seen him show family members.
Now,
you seen him show King James being involved in the slave trade.
Amazing to me how he said that he was called Black Boy because of the color of his hair.
To rebuttal anything that you heard.
I've never heard white people call themselves Black Boy because their hair is black. I've never heard them say that they are blonde boy because their hair is blonde. I've never heard them say that they are a red boy because their hair is red. I've never heard them say a brunette boy because their hair. They would say she's a. When they refer to themselves, they would say a blonde head. Right. That's specifically their hair.
I've never
not
heard
say, oh, black head, black boy because you got black hair. That is ridiculous.
I've never heard.
You understand? And he's slipping his slack because he cut himself with his own weapon. You understand? You know when you don't know how to use one, you would do that, right? I know people that have shot themselves and stabbed themselves because they didn't know what they was doing with that piece of metal that they was holding. Okay, and he claimed that he's slipping and sliding. Yeah, you cut yourself. Right. You understand? You cutting yourself over there. And to say that they called him black boy because of the color of his hair sounds ridiculous. I know a lot of white boys that got black hair, and I've never heard them say that call each other black boy because of their hair. But I have heard them call boys that are truly black. I've heard them call us that. You understand? Because of the color of our skin, not because of they don't call us black boy because of the color of our hair. Our hair is black. You understand? And we've never been called the term black boy because of the color of our hair. That is so ridiculous. All right. And King James did not start that company that you mentioned. You said yourself that it was after he ruled. So how are you turning around and blaming King James? And then, by your own admission, DMG, you said that Africans sold other African tribes into slavery. So who would be the bigger culprit here? Who would be the bigger criminal here? A person that just goes and makes a company? Or the people that's actually doing the selling? You understand? So by your own admission, DMG, you should have left that out. You understand? Because if you're truly an African and you claim, this is what you said in your when we first had this discussion about this debate, and you said this in your prelim,
who would be the bigger criminal here?
You all sold
and makes a company
each, other tribes,
people that's actually
which
doing
would
the selling.
show just how
You
ridiculous
understand?
and
by your own
shameful of a
admission,
people that you Africans
DMG,
truly are,
you should
if you're
let
truly
that out.
African. But we know you're not.
Because
You understand? Because
if
you don't
you're
even get
truly
down with
African
any of the
and you
nonsense
claim, this is what
that
you said in
you
your,
actually
when we
teach.
first had
You
discussion
only
about this
teach.
debate,
You do not
and you said this
practice
in
it,
your
right?
prelim,
Just like I've heard
right?
Muslims say the
That
same thing. To
you
where,
are
oh no,
so,
I'm Muslim, but I don't practice it.
other tribes.
That's because it's
Which would
BS.
show just how
The same way that this
ridiculous
Kemet stuff that you are
and
teaching,
shameful
DMG, is
people that you Africans
BS.
truly are.
All
If
right,
you're truly
and you know
African.
that.
But we know you're
And
not.
like I said,
You
man,
understand? Because you
that
don't
whole
even
stuff
get
about the
down with
pictures,
any of the
you know,
nonsense
it's
that you actually
okay.
teach.
It's in the
You only
scriptures, it's in the Bible.
teach. You do not
Before it
practice,
even happened,
right?
that they would
Just like
do that,
I've
that they would
heard
take our
Muslims say
images
the
and
same
create
thing.
their own.
To where, oh no,
You understand?
I'm Muslim,
And like
but
I
don't
said, back in the,
practice.
what was that, the
That's 'cause
60s,
it's
is when they, or
BS.
70s, when they
The
started
same
giving
way that this kid
our
stuff that
great
you are
grandmothers
teaching,
their picture of white
DMG,
Jesus.
is BS.
This was something that was
All right,
hidden
and
in
you
the
know
scriptures
that.
that nobody knew
And
about
like I
until
said, man,
1969.
that whole
They-
stuff
they
about
would
the
do that.
pictures.
So
you
the
know,
whole time, our great grandmothers
okay,
have been
it's
worshiping
in the,
white
it's
Jesus.
in the
When the Bible
scriptures, in
said
the
the whole
Bible,
time that they would change the
before
paintings,
it even happened,
they would change
that
it
they
just
would
the way,
do
the
that,
same
they
way that
would
they
take our
changed
images
the
and
pictures and
create their
paintings
own.
about King
You
James.
understand?
You understand?
And like I said, back in the, what was it, the 60s is when they, or 70s, when they started giving our great grandmothers their picture of white Jesus. This was something that was hidden in the scriptures that nobody knew about until 1969. Is that they would do that. So the whole time, our great grandmothers have been worshiping white Jesus. When the Bible said the whole time that they would change the paintings, they would change it just the same way that they changed the pictures and paintings about King James. You understand?
Let me drop a bomb for my brother. You went first, the first 2 rounds, just to kind of. Man, as y'all can see, it's getting heated up in here, man. I want to give a shout out to Per Black, who just joined the chat. I want to give a shout out to 1981, who also just joined the chat. We're about to move into the third round. In the third round, the question is, did Native Indians have black people as slaves? That's what we're talking about in the third round. Cap, hey, you went first the first 2 rounds, just to kind of switch up the flavor. I want to let DMG kind of go first since you just got through talking. DMG, I want to give you the first 25 minutes. And the question is, did Native Indians have black people as slaves? I'm going to start your time. When you get to talking, Cap, if you can put yourself on mute. DMG, take yourself off mute. Let's get it going, bro.
Yes, they did. I bet when you think of the Trail of Tears, you like to imagine a long procession of suffering.
DMG, take yourself off mute, my brother.
Perhaps you envision us. Remember, Cap said that this was an unequivocal no, right? Native Americans, Native Indians didn't own black slaves, right? Okay, let's get into it. Yes, they did. To answer that question, unequivocally, yes, they did. I bet when you think of the Trail of Tears, you likely imagine a long procession of suffering Cherokee Indians forced westward by the villainous Andrew Jackson. Perhaps you envision unscrupulous white slaveholders whose interest in growing a plantation economy underlay the decision to expel the Cherokee, flooding in to take their place east of the Mississippi River. What you probably don't picture is Cherokee slaveholders, foremost among them Cherokee chief John Ross, who I have pictured right here. He looks right European, no? What you probably don't picture are the numerous African slaves Cherokees owned, who made the brutal march themselves or else were shipped in mass to what is now Oklahoma aboard cramped boats by their wealthy Indian masters. And what you may not know is that the federal policy of Indian removal, which reigns far beyond the Trail of Tears and the Cherokee, was not simply the vindictive scheme of President Andrew Jackson, but rather a popularly endorsed, congressionally sanctioned campaign spanning the administrations of 9 separate presidents. Cap finna get this work on this. Historian Ryan P. Smith notes that these uncomfortable complications in the narrative were brought to the forefront at the recent event held at the National Museum of the American Indian, titled Finding Common Ground. The symposium offered a deep dive into intersectional African American and Native American history. For museum curator Paul Chat Smith, a Comanche, who has overseen the design of and opening of the widely lauded American expedition, now on view on the museum's third floor, it is imperative to provide the museum going public with an unflinching history, even when doing so is painful. I used to like history, Smith told the crowd ruefully, and sometimes I still do, but not most of the time. Most of the time, history and I are frenemies at best. In the case of the Trail of Tears and the enslavement of blacks by prominent members of all 5 so-called civilized tribes, Cherokee, Chickasaw, Choctaw, Creek, and Seminole, Smith went one step further, likening the ugly truth of history to a mangy, snarling dog standing between you and a crowd-pleasing narrative. Now, which Native Americans or Israelites? Is it all of them? Because it's a bunch of different tribes. I guess all of them are Israelites. If so, those 5 civilized tribes were trifling as hell. Obviously, Smith said the story should be, or needs to be, that the enslaved black people, soon to be exiled red people, would join forces to defeat their oppressor. That's what you would think. Let's team up. Let's bang against this beast together. Let's fight this devil that the Bible speaks of, like CAPT says. But such was not the case, far from it. In her book, Black Slaves, Indian Masters, Professor Barbara Kruthmeyer, and I'm butchering her last name, my apologies, the 5 civilized tribes were deeply committed to slavery, established their own racialized black codes, immediately reestablished slavery when they arrived in Indian territory, rebuilt their nations with African slave labor, crushed slave rebellion, and check this out, enthusiastically sided with the Confederacy in the Civil War. God damn! In other words, the truth is about as far a cry from a crowd-pleasing narrative as you could possibly get. Do you want to hear that? Smith asked the audience. I don't think so. Nobody does. And yet Smith is firm in his belief that it is a museum's duty to embrace and, I'm going to butcher that word too, elucidate ambiguity, not sweep it under the rug in the pursuit of some cleaner fiction. Fiction like King James being black. Fiction like a million Israelites going into North Africa and migrating to West Africa. Fiction like Israelites being in Africa for over 1,000 years and not being African. Fiction like Europeans would come to Africa and only take Israelites. Fictions like that. Taya Mills, an African-American historian at the University of Michigan, agreed. At the Finding Common Ground event, she meticulously laid out primary source evidence to paint a picture of Indian/African-American relations in the years leading to the Civil War. Native Americans, she said, had themselves been enslaved even before African Americans, and the 2 groups were enslaved for approximately 150 years in tandem. It wasn't until the mid-18th century that the bondage of Native Americans began to wane as Africans were imported in greater numbers. Increasingly, where white colonists viewed Africans as little more than mindless beasts of burden, they saw Native Americans as something more. Noble savages, unrefined, but courageous and fierce. It's kind of like they passed that down to us because everybody want to say they got Indian hair, they got Indian in their family and all that other BS. What makes you ashamed of being black? Perversely, Native American ownership of black slaves came about as a way for Native Americans to illustrate their social sophistication to white settlers. They were working hard to comply with government dictates that told Native people that in order to be protected and secure in their land base, they had to prove their level of civilization. Wow. Miles explained. Miles notes that in 2011, this was 2011, 10 years ago, the Cherokee Nation recently stripped citizenship from a majority of African Americans who descended from the slaves of wealthy Cherokee Indians before the Civil War. They still hating on black people, but they Israelites. Shout out to the tribe of Gad. How would slave ownership prove civilization? The answer, Miles contends, is that in capitalism crazed America, slaves became tokens of economic success. It's like when I get in my Lexus and I be thinking I'll be a little full of myself, I'll be smelling myself. That's what happened to slave was back then. The more slaves you own, the more serious a business person you were. And the more serious a business person you were, the fitter you were to join the ranks of civilized society. It's worth remembering, as historian Paul Chat Smith said, that while most Native Americans did not own slaves, neither did most Mississippi whites. Slave ownership was a serious status symbol. Smith and Miles agree that much of early American history is explained poorly by modern morality, but effectively by simple economics and power dynamics. The Cherokee owned slaves for the same reasons their white neighbors did. They knew exactly what they were doing. Damn. In truth, Smith says, the Cherokee and other civilized tribes were not that complicated. They were willful and determined oppressors of the African slaves they owned. Enthusiastic participants in a global economy driven by cotton. And believers in the idea that they were equal to whites and superior to blacks. Damn. What the slaveholders of Ross and other civilized nation leaders does mean, however, is that our assumptions regarding clearly differentiated heroes and villains are worth pushing back on. Indians ain't y'all friends like y'all think. Shout out to the tribe of Gad, though. I don't know why our brains make it so hard to compute that President Jackson had a terrible Indian policy and a radically expanded American democracy. Smith said, or that John Ross was a skillful leader for the Cherokee Nation who fought the criminal policy of removal with every ounce of strength, but also a man who deeply believed in and participated and practiced, the enslavement of black people. As historian Paul Chat Smith says, to conclude his remarks, the best maxim to take heart when confronting this awful history may be a quote from American anti-colonial leader Amilcar Gabar. Tell no lies and claim no easy victory. That's grand opening, grand closing. I'm done. Blood everywhere.
Hey, Cap, DMG, you got 14 minutes left. You sure you can see the rest of the time?
Well, let me just speak my speech for a minute.
Okay, go ahead.
So I think it's clear that these so-called five civilized tribes didn't care about black people, as Kanye West said during Hurricane Katrina. I don't know how Cap gonna reconcile that. I guess that's a lie. I guess it's a lie. Like everything else, it's a lie. White man, the devil, he made it up. Even though it's black and Cherokee, Comanche people explaining this history. But I guess the white man made it up. I guess they got some kind of ulterior motive. See, this is what happens when we do pseudo history instead of real history. when we start putting our faith and our beliefs in front of history and superimposing that faith and belief over history, this is what happens. We start believing things that's just not true. Now, I respect my brother Faith. I respect his belief. What I don't respect is faith history. I love history. I'm a high school dropout. History the only class I got aim in. So I take it personal when somebody just makes stuff up or believes some stuff that's made up, even though we got real history to prove otherwise. It's kind of offensive. So I just want to say this. Given what I laid out, given what these so-called 5 civilized tribes do, why are we claiming that they are brothers? Why are we claiming that they are people? What's that about? Why do we want to bash the Africans, stinking Africans? Why you wearing a dashiki? But I guess he'd rather I wore some deer skin with the fringes hanging off and go hunt some buffalo. But you got a problem with Africans. But you got a problem with Africans selling Africans, or you got a problem with me saying it, but you ain't got no problem with these Native Americans owning slaves. Like, let's get down to it. Is this some self-hating shit? I ain't mean to say shit. My bad. I said I was gonna stop with the curse. But you know what I'm saying? Like, what is the psychological thing that's going on in our head where we want to be somebody else so bad? I get it. Like, we go to church every Sunday and we hear about Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, all his people, Samson, Delilah, David, Bathsheba, Solomon. We hear about all these people, Adam and Eve, Jesus Christ, Lord have mercy. You hear me? And then we get somebody tell us, hey, you them people. And the way they was treating you up in that church wasn't right. And you like, damn, that's what's up.
Where's the proof?
And you get somebody dynamic like Man General Yohana, and that's somebody who you can follow. That's somebody you can have respect for. Ain't nothing wrong with that. But we still got to deal with reality. And the reality is, we ain't even got no proof that these people in that book exist. We ain't got no proof that they exist. We don't know if they real. That's a story. And you can believe it all you want to. And ain't nothing wrong with having belief. Like, I can respect your belief. But when we start dealing with facts, we got to put the facts on the table and leave the belief in the back. Hold on to your belief. Hold tight to it. That's what's up. If it made you who you was, more power to you. Whatever make you a better person, you entitled to it. But the facts are the facts. We can't superimpose somebody else's history over ours. And that's all I got to say. Like I said, there's blood all on the floor, blood on the walls. I got to clean all this stuff up. Get somebody in here to give my brother a blood transfusion, resuscitate him. I didn't want to do this to him, but I had to. That's peace.
That's peace. That's peace. Well, man, Captain 10K, Pianka, go on mute. Captain 10K, take yourself off of mute. I want to say, man, Brother Pianka came with some heavy weights, man. Not only did he show
he's mentioned that there's no proof that the people that even existed in the Bible.
Indian
but
historians
where's your
talking
proof
about
that
their own people
your Amun-Ra
and them having
and your
black people in America
Osiris and
as slaves, bro.
Iris and Horus and all them false gods that you believe in, the Egyptian gods. Where's the proof that they actually existed? You understand? It makes no sense. Then he says that we were in Africa for over 1,000 years, and why are we not Africans? The same way we are here in America for over 500 years, and we're not Americans. You understand? You've been here right for a long time. DMG, you've been here for a while. And you don't even claim to be American. You're in search of a nationality that's not the one where you live, because that where you live does not make you who you are. You understand? That right there just makes no sense whatsoever. All right, and let me see. What did he say? 100 years, and we're not Americans. At one point, we mentioned the war between blacks
DMG,
and
been here for a
natives,
while.
they did
And
turn
you
us
don't even
against
claim
each
to
other.
be American. You're
Okay,
in search
that happen.
of
Yeah, it happens all the time. It's happening
That's
today,
not the one where
to
you
where we're
live.
still
Because
against each other.
where you live,
You know,
does
and
not
then
make you
for
who
you to
are.
say that
You understand?
the
That
natives
right there
are
just
not
makes
Israelites,
no
and
sense
you brought a picture up and said
whatsoever.
that they look white.
All right. And,
You know, I got some pictures
what did he
that
say?
I'm gonna show you where they turned around
At
and
one
they
point, we
stripped the
mentioned,
natives of their
um,
culture.
the war
You
between
understand? And they
blacks
so-called
and,
cleaned them up because they
natives,
called us
they did
savages,
turn us against
right?
each other.
You go right over in Cahokia to the Cahokia
It
Mounds,
happens all the time.
and they
It's
got
happening
the
today,
Native Indians
to where
as
we're
if they were
still
just savages,
against
didn't
each
wear
other.
clothes,
You
dressed
know,
in
and
a
then
pamper
for
and all
you
this
to
mess,
say
running
that
around, you
the
know,
natives are not
tomahawk and
Israelites,
everything.
and
That's
you brought a picture of them
that's
saying
not
they
their
look
culture.
white.
The white man
You know,
lied
I
about
got some
that as
pictures
well.
that I'm gonna show
And
you
you
where
said
they
there's
turned
something going
around
on in our brains.
and
It's something
they
going on in
stripped
your
the
brain
natives of
to
their
where you
culture.
cannot see
You understand?
that the
And
white
they
man is
so-called
the
cleaned them up
devil,
and they
and he
called us
has lied
savages,
to us
right?
about
You
everything,
go right
even
over
that
in Cahokia
DNA
to
test that you
Cahokia
took.
Mounds, and they
You
got the
understand?
Native
He lied
Indians
to you about
as
that
if they
too,
were just
and
savages.
told
Didn't
you
wear
you was
clothes,
9
dressed,
different
a
Africans.
pamper and
All
all this
right,
mess running around.
and
You
I'm
know,
probably sure you
and
part
tomahawk and everything.
European on there too.
That's not
You
their culture.
understand?
The
So
white man lied
it's
about
just
that as
the
well.
whole. You haven't
You say
proven
something
that
going
the
on in
Native
our brain. It's
Indians
something going on in your
did
brain
anything.
to where you
You
cannot
understand?
see
I mean,
that
you
the
claiming
white
that
man is the
you said that
devil
they
and
not
he has
Israelites once
lied
before in
to
the
us
prelim.
about
Well, you
everything,
got to
even
prove. I
that
said it before.
DNA test
Prove
that
who
you
they
took.
are. Then
You understand?
you understand.
He
You
lied
have to
you about
prove
that
who
too,
they are.
and told you
You
was
understand to say
9
who they're
different
not.
Africans. All
Okay,
right,
and you cannot do
I'm
that.
probably sure you
You haven't proven that
European on there too.
they're. I mean, I
You
guess
understand?
what was it? A
So
Wikipedia
it's just the
article that
whole.
you found?
You haven't
That
proven
that
that
right
Native
there is
Indians
that was
did anything.
that was lame.
You understand? I mean,
Whatever article you
claiming
found,
that
wherever you
you
found
said
that
that they not
to say that
Israelites
the
once before in
natives
the prelim.
was
Well, you got to prove. I said it
mistreating
before. Prove
blacks,
who they
they're
are.
slaves. They did call
You
us
understand?
their
You have to
slaves. They did say
prove
that,
who they
and you know
are.
why?
You understand? To
They
say
had
who
to
they're
say
not.
that because
Okay.
at one
And you
point
cannot do
the
that.
white man was trying
You
to
haven't
get
proven
the
that
slaves off
they're. I
of
mean, I guess
the reservations
what was
and
that, a
away from the
Wikipedia,
natives on their land. Right,
article that you
they were
found?
trying to get us away
That
from
right
them
there
so that
is-
they could
that
turn
was-
around and take
that was
control
wrong.
over us again.
Whatever
Okay,
article you found.
so like I
you found
said,
that to say
brother,
that the
you
natives
fail. You keep saying
was,
there's blood everywhere,
mistreating
and I'm not
their
seeing
slaves. They
any,
did call us their
you know, what I'm saying,
slaves.
blood
They did
other
say
than
that.
your own.
And you know why?
All right,
They
and I
had to say
yield.
that because at one point the white man was trying to get the slaves off of the reservations and away from the natives on their land. Right? They were trying to get us away from them so that they could turn around and take control over us again. Okay? So, like I said, brother, you fail. You keep saying there's blood everywhere, and I'm not seeing any, some blood other than your own. All right, and I yield.
I don't even know what he just said. Like he brought up, I'm on ride.
Alrighty. Captain 10K yield the rest of his time. Pianki, you have
I
a
did say
2-minute
they
response to
gods.
Cap rebuttal. Floor is yours. Cap, put yourself on mute.
I
Pianki,
said
take the
the gods existed.
I don't even know what my brother just said. Like that first of all, that wasn't Wikipedia, but ain't nothing wrong showing sources. So, but I don't even know what he just said. Like he brought up, I'm on ride. Anybody ever said I'm on ride was a real person? I never said that. So I don't know what that was about. And that's not even part of the debate. But that's cool. Then he said I didn't prove that Native Indians enslaved our ancestors. Then what did I just do? What did I just do then? Because we got historians who are Native American, Native Indian, whatever you want to call them. We got historians who are African American or black, Israelite, if you will, who share the same opinion that I do. So what didn't I prove? You got to be kidding me. This is a fantasy that my bro is trying to live in. He's trying to make a belief a reality. And that's just not what it is. You can't superimpose your belief onto real history. Now, I like the ISUPK. I got a lot of respect for him. Tell Cap that all the time. Just because I got respect for him, and I like, when I say respect, I got respect for him. That don't mean that this thing happened literally. This is what you believe, this is what you feel, this is what you're following, this is what you're doing. That does not make it a reality in history. It's good things to practice, it's good things to do. I love it. But that doesn't make this narrative about King James, about the Native Indians, and all of these things true with regards to black people in America. Keep doing what you're doing. Y'all do big positive things. You feed hungry people. You helping black people get on their feet, get off of drugs, etc. Keep doing that. Just don't tell me that this stuff is true with regards to Deuteronomy, us going into being Israelites, coming into Africa, being in Africa for 1,300 years, and not like. Just don't tell me that's true. And we good money. But I proved my case. Like I said, I gotta resuscitate my brother. I want you to be alright at it. I want you to still come on the channel. Don't be scared to come on the channel because I fuck with you heavy. So
He beating you up, Cap. Don't be scared to come back.
In this particular debate, I just had to black both your eyes, bust your lip, and break your nose. And that's all it is to it.
Oh, man.
All right, 1 second. Let me get my screen
Oh,
up.
man. Okay. Matter of fact, you ended perfectly at the 2 minutes. Bianca, you went first, right? So, Cap, now it's your turn for the round 3 question, which is, did Native Indians have black people as slaves? You have 25 minutes, and you can yield anytime you don't need, but the floor is yours, and I will start the clock when you begin.
All right, 1 second. Let me get my screen up.
This is the last round for the listening audience. I want y'all to get y'all questions ready. I'm about to drop the link in the chat. The Q&A round is next. We're going to let a few people come on and ask a question or two, and then we're going to get ready to close on out. Club, let me know when you're ready, and we can go. Y'all look out for tomorrow. I think we may have something coming up between one of Captain 10K's officers against Marlon Sims.
One second,
know
my
the
screen
God body,
is
the 5
still froze.
He's in the chat.
It's not.
He's
It's not
talking a
allowing
lot.
me
He
to.
said he wants to smoke with anybody from ISUPK that's pertaining to the topic. We know ISUPK don't back down from nobody. So y'all stay tuned to Paradigm Shift TV. We may just have that coming up for y'all tomorrow.
Right.
Also be on the lookout for Rabbi Lewis. We should have him coming up tomorrow for y'all as well.
Hold on one
if you're ready,
second,
let me know,
keeps...
and let's get it going.
Now it's stuck again. It's still frozen.
All right. I can't see your screen you are sharing right now, though. It says Native Indians had black people as slaves or were family. Or were we family?
Okay, there.
There you go.
All right. Okay. Hold on 1 second, because it keeps...
Yes, sir.
Now it's stuck again.
Okay. Just let me know when you're ready. I'm going to talk for a second. Shout out to Jerome, the coach is Christian Green, the co-host of Trust and Believe the Gospel, Mr. Co-host to you. Again, man, shout out to them people over there at Scripture Ripples. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to everybody that's up here in the chat, man. We really appreciate y'all coming through tonight. I know that this was a debate that people been wanting to see for a while, man. And again, we're just happy to have y'all in the building. Shout out to Robert Ash. Shout out to ISUPK St. Louis. We see y'all out there in the building as well.
I'm ready. I'm gonna just share it like this because every time I go to the other screen, it turns around and it keeps freezing. So I'm gonna just share it like this. So far, it's not stuck. I'm able to maneuver it
people
like
are in
this.
the building in support.
All
Shout
right.
out to all the comedic people that's in the building. Shout out to all my Christian brothers and
All
sisters
right, cool.
that's out there.
Okay, so we're gonna go with
I appreciate y'all
this
coming
book
through.
here.
You know what I'm saying?
Because like I said, where the Native Indians have black people as slaves, or were we family? So we're gonna go with the book Black Indians, right? And I'm gonna read the back of before I even go on the inside of the book. It says invaluable history, right? On the back of the book. It says the first paths to freedom taken by runaway slaves led to Native American villages where black men and women found acceptance and friendship among our country's original inhabitants.
So we're gonna go with the
Though they seldom appear in textbooks, movies, or TV shows of the Old West, the children of Native and African American marriages shaped the early days of the fur trade, added a new dimension to frontier diplomacy, and made a daring contribution to the fight for American liberty. Right? And then it says, for 20 years, William Loren Katz's Black Indians has remained a definitive work on their long arduous quest for freedom. Now his compelling account, meticulously researched and documented with rare antique prints and photographs, is reissued in this handsome anniversary edition, presenting an often neglected chapter in our shared history to a new generation of readers. All right, now we're going to go on the inside now, because it says that the natives, they did meticulous research. They went and found out that the people that they had as slaves were not being treated like slaves. That's the thing that DMG does not understand, is the natives were not beating us and lynching us and burning us and selling our children and breaking up our families, oppressing us daily. You understand? They was not doing that. It said we found acceptance. Why? Because this book is going to tell why. Because we knew that we was family at one point. You so bad, DMG, want to be family with the Africans, when by your own admission again is one line of people that I would not even want to be associated with. To sell your own uncles and aunts and cousins and brothers and sisters, you understand, just because they're in another tribe. You mentioned the Native Indians, you said, well, it's a bunch of tribes of them. Which one are they? Because you understand, they're Native Indians. Same way black people, we are from the tribe of Judah, but we have several different names with several different families within a family. And you don't know that. You understand? So I'm going to go on the inside of the book and I'm going to read a little more. And it says, the European, and this is before we even get to
you mentioned the Native Indians. You said
the pages, the meat of the book, even past the you understand the contents. We're at the front of the book.
Same way,
and it says the European is to the other races of mankind what man himself is to the lower animals. He makes them subservient to his use, and when he cannot subdue, he destroys them. Okay, so that's what he has done with blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians. Is completely destroyed our people. Right, into believing that we're Africans and that the natives is not our family. Right? Then it says, one of the longest unwritten chapters in the history of the United States is that treating of the relations of the Negroes and the Indians. The Indians were already here when the white man came, and the Negroes brought in some after to serve as a subject race found among the Indians, one of their means of escape. Okay? And this is by Carter G. Woodson. Right, the Journal of Negro History. Right, again, now you're gonna turn around and see and hear the word African in this book. Right, but you turn around and know that Negro follows right behind it. So they turn around and they have called us Africans, right? And then they turn around and called us Negroes. The same way that they're doing it today. Like black people, like for instance, me and DMG, anytime we talk, what's up, bro? We don't say what's up, African. You understand? You don't say that. Africans don't even greet each other like that.
Right. But you turn around and know that Negro follows right behind. So they turn around and they have called us Africans, right? And then they turn around and call us Negroes. The same way that they're doing it today. Like okay, I'm back
now.
Like for instance,
Africans, Africans don't even address each other as bro and call each other black man. What's up, black man?
You understand? But we do. We talk like that. We don't say. You know what I'm saying? We even what's up, my nigga? You understand? Africans don't talk like that. You know what I mean? But we do. All right. So they know that the people that were slaves that was escaping, you understand, and was fleeing to the Native Indians. Guess what? They were Negroes, not Africans. All right. Then it says, in the course of time, the American people got into Florida and began to live. This caused trouble. The colored people and the Indians, the colored people again, right? On that manifesto that I went back and found from 1849, so they know that the people right, when they were selling slaves down in New Orleans, it said Negroes and people of color. Here it is again. You understand? Right. They didn't say Africans. In the course of time, they didn't say Africans at all. People got into Florida naturally. This caused trouble. The colored people and the Indians being natives of the land. On that manifesto, both of us being natives of the land. We were living together. You understand? You don't turn around and associate your slave as you living with them. You understand? Not at all. And it says naturally went on the warpath. They fought until the American people called for peace. The Indians and the Negroes gave them peace. Now, the thing about that is they gave them peace, but the white man did not give us peace in return. Natives of the land. You understand? So let's go to the inside. We were living together. You understand? You don't turn around and associate. Okay, and we're going to show one of the pictures that we got as well. This is the introduction. Black Indians, the very words make most people shake their heads in disbelief or smile at what happens, or smile at what appears to be a joke. You heard DMG how he started laughing. He thought it was a joke. You understand? That's because he don't know true history. He don't know the truth. You know, he thinks what's a joke is that he took and bought a DNA test for us, a speedy DNA test for $50 cheap dollars. You understand? And turned around and told him he African, and he believed that. He ran with that. You understand? The white man, which we call the devil, that the Bible speaks of, gave him a speedy DNA test, and he believed that. But he does not believe that the natives are our own people. He don't know the truth. Okay, and it says that a play on words, right? No one remembers any such person in a school text, history book, or Western novel. None ever appeared. Yet they lived and roamed all over the Americas. Their story began with the first European landing in the New World, reached from New England to Brazil, and continues today. The number of Afro-Americans with an Indian ancestor was once estimated at about 1/3 of the total. In Latin America, the percentage is much higher. This means that an important page in history has been missing. Okay, and it's been missing because the white man has lied about it. You understand? He covered it up. He still got the truth. He know who he enslaved. He wrote it down, and he kept record of it. You understand? He know that the people that he came here and took the land from. That's why they call it the New World place, where they claim that no one was here before, and he's a goddamn lie. And now he has to rewrite his history because the truth is out. The truth is out that the natives were here first. The truth is out that we were family, not turning around and was being beaten and they were selling us like cattle. You understand? So I'm gonna go a little more. People that he came here and took the land from. That's why they call it the New World here. We claim that it says this unknown American story is deeply rooted. Now, if you can see this picture here real quick, if you can see this picture, this is a brother in the picture with the natives. You understand? This is Native Indians right here. Turn around and the natives is here, and the brothers is in the back. It's two brothers and two natives. This is a native here. I don't know if you can see my cursor. I'm pointing at. So I'm gonna go a little more to the left. So you got to the left, to the right. You got a native. You got a brother, you got a Negro, but the natives are brothers too. But you got a native, you got a Negro, you got a native, and you got a Negro in the back. Real quick, right? If you can see this picture, we were family. Don't look like they was getting beat to me. You understand? Look like he got look like the brother got a pistol on his hip. And this is the way the natives do. You understand?
So you got to turn around and not believe what this is a real picture.
So
this is nothing nobody turned around and painted. This is an actual photo. Okay, and this is in 1866, right? The Shoshone Indians. One of the matter of fact, several sisters in the school is from the Shoshones, right? And let's see. It says this unknown American story is deeply rooted in the human currents that shaped our early life. Two parallel institutions joined to create Black Indians, and it says. Hold on, I gotta skip to the next one.
And this is in 1866.
The seizure and mistreatment of Indians and their lands and the enslavement of Africans. Now, this is the part where I say they're going to say Africans, and then now they're going to switch it up. All right, and it says, in their conquest of the New World, Europeans were determined to use both dark people. Right, he pulled a picture of one native that he said looked white to him, but we got black people.
The seizure and
I got some of my family that look white. You understand? But they father is damn coon black.
Now this is the part
you understand?
Where I say they're gonna African,
but we don't get caught up on color because
all right, and it says,
our people can come out in any color.
Of the New World, Europeans
doesn't matter. So we don't worry about color in the ISUBK. We focus on the bloodline.
He pulled a picture of
all right, then it says here
native that he said look white.
The Europeans were determined to use both dark peoples. 10 whites are not enough to watch one Negro, said a Portuguese slave master living in Brazil in 1735. To protect slavery and prevent resistance, Europeans developed brutal methods of control and degrading racial policies. You turn around and pull that the natives was doing that. They were not. The same way they divide and conquer black people, they got 2, 3, 4 brothers in a car and they pull you over. They do divide and conquer when they put one brother across the street and they put the other brother, on the other side of the street. And they go question him over there and they go question. They do the same thing. They did that to the natives. They did that to us back then. And guess what? They doing it to us still to this day. All right, and then it says there is evidence that European genocidal attacks on Indians in the New World may have an additional explanation besides land hunger and greed. So it's more to the story than just the natives wasn't eating and there was a famine in the land. You understand, stuff like that. Greed, the white man being greedy, wanting to take over the whole earth. You understand, and went and came here and stole the land from our Native Indian brothers and sisters that was living here already. You understand, when he came here.
The European genocidal
damn right. Perhaps another reason for eliminating Indians was to prevent their alliance with Africans. Now again, they turn around, they call us an African, they call us a Negro, now they call us an African again. We know that the natives, DMG, he turned around and sold what he called Africans to the white man, but he vilified a damn native for him having a slave. And he did not mistreat the slave. He did not treat us cruelly at all. We was family. And we knew that,
perhaps another reason
until our oppressor came and divided us from being so. All right, and it just said that he prevented us from coming together. Colonial Europeans left evidence of plenty that this was often an overriding fear. It's an overriding fear. They don't give a damn because you call yourself an African. They telling you are African. You gave them $50 for them to tell you they ain't scared of that at all. They don't care about that. They told you were African and you believed it. But say that you were Israelite, say that you black, Hispanic, and Native Indians, say the truth. Now he has a problem. You understand? Because he knows that once we come together under our true identity, not no bogus African mumbo jumbo and jambe and wube and world doodle and boo boo, whatever the hell it is, that's not our identity. And the white man is pushing that on black people.
They don't care about that.
You understand? He used Jesse Jackson. Jesse Jackson turned around and coined the phrase. A so-called black man, an Israelite himself coined the phrase. To where he said that we want to be called, black people here in America want to be called Africans because it lines us up with royalty and a culture. Not that we actually them people. That's what Jesse Jackson said himself.
And the white man
it would give us a sense of
of them royalty. Well, we are royalty. You look in the Bible, we the greatest people to ever live. You understand? We the Israelites. We are God's chosen people. So I'm gonna go with that versus me going with African that I don't feel attached to. You ain't gonna turn around and find none of my cousins over there and say that Onwue is your uncle. You understand? Or none of that. You gonna find none of my relatives. You understand? Over there and with a drop of my blood and their blood and say that we family. That's ridiculous, man. You understand? But they are in fear of us coming together as a nation of people, right? You could be African all day. Matter of fact, to be called African again, like I said before, is white.
You ain't gonna
and you fell for it. All right? And then it says, I have defined black Indians as people who have a dual ancestry, or black people who have lived for some time with Native Americans. All right? And it says, when slaves escaped to the woods and joined or began remote communities, they are called by the Spanish term Maroons. All right? Which means black again. And then it says, and Native Indians, guess what? They're Israelites. They suffered and went through the same exact stuff that we went through. This is the white man, him turning around and Christianizing the Native Indians. This is a group of Native Indians right here. This is Elsie, Marie, Ramon, Rusi, Susie, Gaihi, I don't want to mess the name up. Randolph Thompson and Ralph Brown are 4 of the 1,200 students who say thank you to God for the happy Christmas everyone had at Intermountain because of the thousands of Christians who made it possible. You can see on this picture right here, you see white Jesus in the background. I want to mess the you see white Jesus in the back. Randolph Thompson, you understand? And Ralph Brown and God said in the Bible that if we turn around and did not listen to him and obey him, we would end up serving other gods that us and our forefathers did not know. We didn't know nothing about no damn white Jesus. But there is the picture of him right there on the wall in the background. And these are the Native Indians. This is the Native Indians right here. You see white Jesus, and they got treated the same exact way. Here's another picture of a Native Indian. One second, it's frozen. God said in the Bible that if we turn around and did not listen to him and obey him, this is a Native Indian. You see him on the left in his culture, right? Looking good. I don't know why they say natives were savages, but they look good in their tribal gear. You understand? But look at them. This is a Native Indian. He got his pistol with it. Little man got his chopper with him. You understand? He about it. Right? But then guess what? Look on the picture on the right. And he does look like a little white boy now. You understand? I mean, look what happened when you strip people from their true identity and their culture. Looking good. You strip them and try to make them be like you. Guess what? They did the same thing with our brothers. They like shaving their heads and their faces. But look at them. You understand? Take their beard, and black men don't even like their beard no more. You understand? Why? Because the white it's real white to shave it all off. And then you got to put cream on and alcohol and witch hazel and all kind of stuff on it to kill the bumps that's gonna turn around and grow afterward. That's why the Lord said, "Leave their hair on your face." You know what I'm saying? But let's go with another picture. Okay, this is a brother with his native woman. You understand? Now, if the natives was turning around and was mistreating us, how is he looking like that? He dressed like them. You understand? He got the gear like them. He geared up just like them. And all kind of stuff on it. And doing his thing with him. You understand? Got him a Native Indian white. But DMG claims that they was brutal to black people. Okay? Here's another picture of the native being stripped of who he is, right? And who he was, and had to put on our oppressor's identity. You understand? Right? Got the gear like them. You see the picture on the left? The brother he looked like a killer. You understand? Like a killer. Don't push him though. But then look at him on the right. You understand? Look like a warrior on the left. But then on the right look like a damn schoolboy. You understand?
That's what they turn around. That's how they did the black man.
Right?
Took him to church and made him soft as well.
Identity.
Got him wearing a
Right?
funny looking suit and pointy toe
See the
shoes.
picture on the left.
Calling himself a Christian.
The brother
Doing
like
a two-step and catching the Holy Ghost. That's
You
as gay
understand?
as could be.
like a killer. Don't push
Men
it, though.
catching the damn Holy
But
Ghost.
then look at him on the right.
Right?
You understand?
And here's another picture.
Look like a warrior on the
Right?
left.
This is the
And
natives
then
on the
from
left.
Right, look like a damn schoolboy.
Right? This is how they were
Understand?
before
That's what they
the white
turn around. That's how
man
they did
set
black
foot
people.
over her
Took him to church
and
made
worked
him soft as
endlessly
well.
to destroy
Him
them
wearing
and
a
their
funny
culture and their
looking suit,
identity
pointy
as
toe
well
shoes.
as ours.
Calling
The
himself a Christian.
same thing happened to
Doing
them and
a
happened to us.
two-step and catching the Holy
You
Ghost.
understand?
That's gay as could
The
be.
white man, even in his public
Men
schools,
catching the damn Holy Ghost.
right? That picture that I showed you, they was pushing
Right.
that in
And
Native
here's
Indian
another picture.
schools. The same
This
way
is the
they
natives on
pushed
the
that
left.
Christian mumbo jumbo
Right? This is how
on
they
black
were
people in our
before
public schools
the
as
white
well.
man set
But if
foot
you see
over
on the
her
picture on the left,
and
this is them and their
endlessly
culture. Don't look
to
like
destroy
savages to
them
me.
and
Don't
their
look like they
culture,
wearing
their
pampers to
identity
me.
as well as ours.
They look fully clothed.
The same
They look
thing
good.
happened to them and happened
But
to
then
us.
on the right, and
You
look at the
understand?
face changes,
White
man.
even in
Look
his
look at
public
the
schools.
sister on the left.
That picture
You could
that I
tell.
showed you,
Now this is her
in
on
Native
the
Indian
left,
schools.
on the picture
The
on the
same
left,
way they pushed
in the
that
corner,
Christian mumbo
right
jumbo
on the left.
on black
This
people
is
in
look at
our
her
public
face.
schools as well.
But then look at it
But
on
if you
the
see
picture on the right.
left,
She looks
this is them and their
extremely
culture.
upset.
Don't look like savages.
You
to me.
understand
Don't
that
look like they
she's
wearing
even
pampers to
going
me.
through that.
They look
Right?
fully clothed. They look good.
But again, DMG
But
would
then
say
on the right, and look
that
at the
these
face
people are
changes,
not
man. Look at the
Israelites,
sister on the
and he'll
left.
say that
You
they
can tell. Now, this is
mistreated
how on the left,
black
on
slaves.
the picture on
When
the
we
left,
just read in
in
the
the
book
corner,
on how
right,
we
on the
escaped
left.
and ran to
Look
them
at her face.
and turned around and
But then
became
look at it
family.
on the picture
Right?
on the right. She
Now let's
looks
go to this
extremely upset. You understand?
this story
that
here,
she's
this article. It
even
says
going
why
through
the Shinnecock tribe is clashing
again,
with the
DMG will
Hamptons
say
elites.
that
All right.
these people are
And
not
it says the Shinnecock Indian
Israelites,
Nation views
and
a
he'll say
casino
that they
on its reservation
mistreated,
as a path out of
black
poverty.
slaves. When we just read
But
in
some
the book
wealthy
on
neighbors
how we
are up in
escaped
arms.
and
Now,
ran to them
if
and turned
the
around and
natives
became
had it
family.
going on so
Right?
bad,
Now let's go to
you know what I'm
this.
saying, so
uh,
good, and had
Let's go to this
casinos
article. It says,
and
why
had
the
money and all of this,
Shinnecock
why in the
tribe is
hell
clashing
are
with
they
the
arguing
Hamptons
with
elites?
the elites
And it
over
says the
them
Shinnecock
putting the
Indian
casino
Nation
there so
used
they
the
could turn around and
casino
come up a
on
little bit
its
out of poverty?
reservation as a
Why? Guess
path
what?
out
The
of
reservation
poverty.
is the ghetto.
But some
You
wealthy
understand?
neighbors
It's
are up in
it's what we
arms.
call the
Now,
hood.
If the natives
It's
had
the
it
same thing
so
going
bad,
on in the
you know what I'm saying,
reservation,
so good
and it is in the
and had
ghetto. Same
casinos
exact thing.
and had money
The
and
white
all this,
man
why
destroyed
in the
us
hell
together.
Are they
You
arguing
understand?
with the
Not
elites
turn around and
over
I'm gonna do
them
this
putting the casino
part of
there
the
so they
people.
can
Nah, I'm
turn
gonna give
around
them a
and come up
casino.
little bit out of poverty.
Same way he give us
Why? That's what
jobs.
the-
Like,
the
come on, man.
reservation is
And then,
the
matter
ghetto.
of fact, the $5
You
Indians
understand?
are the
It's
ones
it's what
who
we call the
own
hood.
the casinos on the
It's
reservations.
the same thing. going
Now
on
the
in
native
in the
Indians
reservation,
are trying to get
and-
one,
and it is in
and
the
they don't
ghetto.
want it to
Same
happen
exact thing.
because they know that
White
that
man
would be their
destroyed
ticket out.
us
They don't want you
together.
to do for
You
yourself.
understand?
You understand?
Not
They don't have
turn
no
around and,
problem with
I'ma
any
do
other
this
nation of people doing
for the
anything
people.
for
Now I'ma give them a
themselves.
casino.
But just as
Same
soon
way he give
as
us
blacks,
jobs. Like,
Hispanics,
come
and
on,
Native
man.
Indians
And then,
try to
matter of
come
fact,
together
the
and do
$5
something,
Indians
the same
are
way
the ones
some
who
brothers
own
and sisters pulled
the
together a bunch of
casinos
money
on the
and tried to
reservations.
buy a mall.
Now the native
And the white
Indians
man stepped
are
in and
trying
said,
to
"Nope,
get one.
not today. You
And
won't."
they don't want it to happen
Now here it is
because
again.
they know
The
that
natives.
that
Who
would
are
be
they?
their
Who else are
ticket
they
out.
doing that to?
They don't want you to do for
The
yourself.
Arabs get to buy gas
You understand?
stations. They don't
have
say a
no
goddamn
problem
thing.
with any other nation of people doing
The Arabs turn
anything
around
for
and open
themselves.
chicken
But
joints.
just
They
as
don't say a
soon
goddamn
as
thing.
Blacks, Hispanics, and Native
The
Indians
Chinese
try to
open
come
beauty
together and do
supplies
something,
selling
the same
Negroes
way,
stay
some
soft
brothers
fro.
and
And
sisters
Chinese people
pulled
don't even
together a
have
bunch of money
fros.
and tried to buy a
But they
mall.
selling us our hair care products.
And the white man stepped
And the
in
white
and
man
said,
don't
"Nope,
say
today,
not
you
a
won't."
thing. It's
Now,
Chinese
here it is again.
restaurants
The
and
natives. Who
hibachi
else
grills
are they doing that
all over this place.
Arabs
It's
get to
more
buy gas
Chinese
stations.
restaurants
They
and
don't say a
businesses
goddamn
here
thing.
than it is American businesses.
The Arabs
And
turn
he
around
stepped
open
in and said a
chicken joint thing.
They don't say a goddamn thing.
All right, no sweat.
The
I'm gonna
Chinese
skip
open
down a little
beauty
more.
supplies selling Negroes stay soft pro, and Chinese people don't even have pros.
All right, this is
But they
Genesis
selling us
49,
our
1 through
haircut
2.
products.
And Jacob
And the white
called
man
unto
don't
his
say
sons
not
and
us
said,
thing.
gather yourselves
It's
together,
Chinese
that I may tell
restaurants
you
and
that which
hibachi
shall
grills
befall you in the
all
last
over
days.
this place. It's
Gather
more
yourselves
Chinese
together and
restaurants
hear,
and
ye
businesses
sons
here
of Jacob,
than it is
and hearken
American
unto
business.
Israel your father.
And they stepped
Now I'm
in
going to
and
skip
said
down,
a thing.
You got 30 seconds,
and I'm going to
bro.
show you what happened
All right, no
to
sweat.
Gad.
It's Genesis 49 and 19. It says that Gad, a troop, shall overcome him, but he shall overcome at the last. And when you do the research, the men that turned around and was murdering our brothers and sisters here, they called themselves troops.
Gather
You
yourselves
understand?
together and hear ye
And
sons
that's
of
my
Jacob,
time right there.
and hearken unto Israel your father. Now I'm gonna skip down and I'm gonna show you what happened to Gad. This is Genesis 19. It says that Gad, a troop, shall overcome him, but he shall overcome at the last. And when you do the research, the men that turned around and was murdering our brothers and sisters here, they called themselves troops. You understand? And that's my time right there.
All right. Bianca, you have an 8-minute rebuttal, my brother. Based off everything that Cap said, you got 8 minutes to rebuttal that, bro. Floor is yours. Cap, go on mute. Bianca, take yourself off mute.
Listen, I can't even think of nothing that I said that Cap even addressed. So at the end of the day, I'm gonna say what I said again. We are superimposing a belief onto reality. Period. My brother his whole DNA reference was first he said it didn't count for nothing. Now he tried to get off into it. Like I'm just confused because 1 minute it means nothing, the next minute you're trying to explain it when clearly you don't even understand it. So why waste our time talking about something that we don't understand? And I feel like that was the whole debate, because you didn't address nothing I said. I never said that black people didn't integrate with Native Americans. I said the 5 civilized tribes. Like I thought I was very specific in what I said. He said Native Americans never enslaved black people. I proved that they did. The 5 civilized tribes enslaved black people. Period. Ain't no way around it. Ain't no way out of it. I never said other black people didn't integrate with the other so-called not civilized tribes, but that wasn't the question. I don't understand what we just did. I'm confused. Again, much respect to my brother, much respect to his beliefs, but your belief is not a reality. Like, it's a lot of things that I believe about myself that may not be reality. Like, I believe I'm a pretty handsome guy, but that might not be reality to someone. Like, they might be that's an ugly son of a bitch. You see what I'm saying? Like, but that's what I believe. With all my heart and soul, I believe it. Most High in Christ. So all I'm saying is we can't superimpose our belief onto reality. We have real history, and then we have this alternative dimension. Like, this is a Spider-Man movie coming out where they got all these different realities that's converged. They got Doctor Strange, the multiverse of madness. Cap is in another version of the universe where black people are Israelites, and that's okay. That's not our universe. Like, study Stephen Hawking and the theory of the multiverse and all of that. It's real interesting. Cap is in another universe. This universe right here, we are of African descent. The 5 civilized tribes enslaved black people, and King James is a white boy who enjoyed the company of men more than he did women. That's this universe. Now, in his other universe, King James might be black. Like, I'm a comic book geek. And in one universe, Nick Fury is white in the Marvel universe, and in one universe, he's black. He's Samuel L. Jackson. But in another universe, he's David Hasselhoff from Knight Rider. In Cap universe, King James is black. In the reality that we live in this universe, he's a white man who enjoyed the company of men over women, and he only married to consolidate the power of his minority. He only had sex with women to produce heirs, because that's what a lot of Europeans did back then. Look how he dressed. You couldn't even tell which one was the mother and which was the son. He was a homosexual. Period. They trying to say he Bass Reeves, the real Lone Ranger. Like you look at that picture, they got a King James, and you look at Bass Reeves, it's the same guy from the Old West. This is the universe we live in. Now, whatever universe Cap live in, I'm sure it's fun. I'm sure it's great. I'm sure it's entertaining. I hope I got superpowers in that universe. I hope I can fly and I'm impervious to bullets and the whole demonstration. In this universe, I'm a regular.
All right, can you hear me?
That descend from Africa.
All right.
So is Cap.
First off, in reality,
Cap,
Cap
you got a
10K
2-minute
Dagal
response before we
boy
go into
believes
the
that he
Q&A
is a
round.
big sexy nigga.
We might do
That's
something
reality
different
to
on
me.
the Q&A round
You understand?
based off of the audience
I believe that
so
about me.
we get there.
Yeah,
Cap,
the
you got 2
girls,
minutes.
they love me because I'm the overweight lover. DAG. You understand? If you don't think that about yourself, brother, I'm sorry. Yeah, you need to be in the truth. You understand? You need to be in the truth. Okay. You need to take off that dashiki, go on and burn it, because you killed yourself tonight. You understand? Burn the dashiki. Take away the 12 names you gave yourself. Okay? And come and get in the truth. All right.
They love me. Cause I'm the
all right, no sweat.
Okay,
no sweat. All right.
If you don't think that
man,
about yourself,
what
brother,
a
I'm sorry.
debate, brother.
Yeah, you need to be in
you're
the truth.
confused because you simply don't know the truth.
You need to be in the truth.
You know,
okay?
First off, I didn't say
you need to
that.
Take off that dashiki, go on and burn
DNA totally did not mean anything. I said what did not mean anything. I said was there is no DNA test that is going to prove your nationality or your race.
All right, no sweat.
I did say that when and this was before in the prelim when we talked about DNA when it comes to you finding who your the parents is, your biological father, right? That test is proven, right? You can find who the person's father is through a test, right? You mentioned Polite and him, them finding his DNA, his semen on a 14-year-old little girl. That test can be proven. That's accurate. That's an accurate test, right? I would believe a test that comes back positive, a rape kit. I would believe that. A test where a child comes back 99.9999%. You know what I'm saying?
You mentioned,
this is your father. And but again, the DNA, I do not for your nationality, for your race,
can be proven.
Okay,
that's accurate.
And this is why you're confused,
right?
You know what I'm saying? You haven't been listening, right? I did not say that DNA was just wiped off the table, period. But I did say when it comes to your nationality, there's no DNA test that's going to prove it.
You know what I'm saying?
And it's in the research because the small percent of 1% that they are trying to say that you are an African, that's a small percentage.
And this is why you confused.
And then I want to turn around and see your DNA results. I want to see your Ancestry.com results. They have you believing that you are African so bad. You understand? I want to see the results because you say now you say I say the white man is the devil, but you trust his DNA test. That's why you confused. You trust in him calling you an African. That's why you confused. You not in the ISUPK. You're not in the truth. That's why you're confused.
I want to see your Ancestry.com.
Not because of the information that I brought out. The information is accurate.
Believing that you
on my end, but yours is totally off. You just went and Googled the first thing that you saw, and you put it up.
Now you said,
"Oh, see, King James is white."
But you
see, we Africans.
You trust his DNA test.
You admit to selling African, so I don't even see what your problem your beef would be with somebody else selling African.
You not
because you claim you are the ones that started it yourself.
That's why you're confused.
So that just makes no sense. That's why you're confused. You understand? I see why.
On my end, but yours is totally off. You just went and Googled the first thing that you saw, and you put it up, and you say, "Oh, see, King James is white. Oh, see, we Africans." You admit to selling it African, so I don't even see what your problem, your beef would be with somebody else selling African, because you claim you are the ones that started it yourself. So that just makes no sense. That's why you confused. You understand? I see why.
and that's my time. No sweat.
Okay,
We can go with that.
okay. Well, hey, we had a Q&A round set up for y'all to ask each other 2 questions apiece and give 5 minutes to answer. But I think we got some people from the audience who may want to ask some questions. Ask both of you guys some questions, or maybe one of you guys some questions. And seeing that we've been on here for a little while, I think that'll be a little bit better than you two asking each other questions. What y'all think?
No sweat. We can go with that.
Okay, okay. Bianca, what you think, bro?
All good.
All right. In the building right now, the founder of Scripture Rippers, we have Sabio Robinson in the building. Sabio, take
One of the
yourself
best
off
researchers in the community. One of the best researchers in the community.
Man, Sabio, take yourself off of mute and ask a question to whichever brother you want to ask the question to, bro. The floor is yours.
All right, I got a couple of questions for both of them.
Okay.
First question is to Bianchi, and it was a beautiful discussion, beautiful debate. First question is for Bianchi. Word is correct. When you were showing the information on the Native Americans, did any of them Native Americans, or did any of the scholars you use, did any of them ever address them Native Americans as Africans?
No.
Did they ever address them as Israelites?
They all knew who they were prior.
Okay. Captain 10K.
I'm asking.
My question for you is, how many of them?
If I'm saying
Negroes,
they knew who they were.
Got off them slave ships,
I'm answering your
calling
question.
themselves Israelites.
It wasn't immediately that they just lost their mind and lost their identity. You understand? That was over a period of time.
No, I said how
so
many
just
of
like
them
when a
got
person
off them
gets
slave
lost
ships
or gets
calling
kidnapped,
themselves
even
Israelites.
they know their name. They know who they are. You understand? Over time, the person that kidnaps them does things to them. You understand? And due to trauma, they end up losing their mind, losing their identity, forgetting where they used to live, things like that. So coming off of the ship, going onto the ship, you understand? They knew exactly who they were. So just like when a person gets lost or gets kidnapped, they know their name. They know who they are. I didn't dance around anything. I just answered. I just answered it. Yes, I did. So if they knew who they were, they would definitely be calling themselves Israelites. They would definitely call themselves Israelites. Going onto the ship, you understand? They knew exactly who they were.
Were they calling themselves Israelites? This is the question I asked. You danced around it.
I didn't dance around anything. I just answered.
No, you did not. No, you did not. Did they? Listen. I'm gonna ask you one more time, and I'm gonna ask you very slowly. Did they get off them slaves? Did the kidnappers?
Israelites.
Wait, time out. Sabio.
No one.
Sabio, wait, calm down, bro. You did ask him a question. He gave you an answer. If you agree with the answer or not, that's irrelevant.
It wasn't an answer. He danced.
Do you have another
Said
question?
a whole bunch of mumbo jumbo that said that these people did not forget who they were. I asked him, did they get on the slave ships and off them slave ships, telling their slave masters they were Israelites?
That the people that were on the ships
were
Israelites, right?
He's claiming that
in
you
the book Babylon to Timbuktu,
so he's asking,
it says that the slave ships were filled with black Jews,
with somebody
right?
getting off
it
the
didn't
ship
say Africans.
saying that they were Israelites.
So to say that a person to just come right off of a ship and just forget who they are and not call themselves, I refer to the movie Roots also. Is to where the point in the movie. Now, I don't agree with the movie. In the book, because Alex Haley went and just took the bag and said, yeah, the people that was on the ships were Africans, right? What the one scene in the movie is when Kunta kept saying to himself, "I'm Kunta. I'm not Toby."
Just come right off
right?
the ship.
What that signifies is the white man beating our nationality, our culture, right up off of our backs.
Is to where the point.
So, like I said, he said it himself, and he even passed it down to his daughter, Kizzy. It said, "This is who we are." You understand? So yes, we knew who we were.
What the one
it wasn't until over time, like I said, even with the white man doing today, and back in '86 with Jesse Jackson, to where Jesse Jackson turned around
right up off of our backs. So like I said, he said it himself, and he even passed it down to his daughter, Kizzy.
How much did you hear?
This is who we are. You understand? So yes, we knew who we were. It wasn't over time.
Like I said, with
even with
Jesse Jackson coining that phrase, saying that we wanted to be called African Americans, that's a brainwashing tactic. You understand? We've been brainwashed here into believing that we're everyone else on the planet except for who we truly are. So yes, the people knew who they were. Like I said, it was over a period of time when I don't know how remedial you are, but I said it was over a period of time to where they turned around and lost their identity. So to say that they came straight off of a ship, saying that they were Africans and saying they weren't Israelites, that would be bogus to even say and even think.
Except for who we truly are. So yes, the people knew who they were. Like I said, it was over a period of time when I don't know how remedial you are, but I said it was over a period of time to where they turned around and lost their identity. So to say that they came straight off of a ship, saying that they were Africans and saying they weren't Israelites, that would be bogus to even say and even think.
All right. Enough of your feelings. I got another question for you.
Wait, Fabio. We got some more brothers and sisters who just in the building. I'm just gonna pause you real quick, bro, and I want to let these other people who jump on ask their questions real quick, so we can somewhat get ready to close out. Okay? So let me, if you can, Fabio, go on mute for a second. Niger Valley, and I don't want to butcher your last name. Can you take
Niger Valley Sutek?
All right, Niger Valley Sutek, bro. Welcome to the show, my brother. If you have a question, you can ask your question to any one of the brothers that's on the platform.
Yeah, so my question was for the Hebrew brother, but it sounds like he already copping a plea. He already copping out. My question was going to be, where can we see the Hebrew culture, customs, and traditions in the diaspora of the Africans that were taken in the transatlantic slave trade? Because we see the African customs, culture, and traditions from those that were taken in the transatlantic slave trade. We see what we call Ebonics, or African American vernacular. We see Candomblé in South America. We see Santeria.
I understand the
syncretization
question,
of
what he doesn't understand is I read the scripture
we see
where
voodoo being
the white
taken
man
over to Haiti and other places in the Caribbean. Can we see these Hebrew cultures and traditions being taken to
he didn't turn
America
around
by
and
those that were taken in the slave trade?
He didn't want the slaves to bring their culture at all. If you remember the movie Roots, like I said, that signifies him beating our culture up off of our backs. So if you want a person to forget who they are, why would you let them bring anything that pertains to them? Why would you turn around today, right? The white man allows us to call ourselves African Americans. He knows that we are Israelites.
Want the slaves to
right? He knows it. He knows the Native Indians are Israelites. I got books that proves
Roots,
right?
Like I said,
and guess what? He stripped our culture off of us. I showed you the pictures. I don't know how far you've seen, but the pictures of the natives.
Why would you let them
you understand where their culture was stripped right up off of them? To where one picture you see the native in their culture, and then the next picture you see them dressed like a little schoolboy.
He knows that we are Israelites.
Little white schoolboys.
He knows this. So
he knows the Native
they would
Indians are
not
Israelites.
want us to bring.
I
They
got
didn't.
books here that proves it.
You understand?
Right?
They turned around and
guess what?
stole
He didn't-
everything from
He
us,
stripped our,
and now
our
they're
culture
claiming to
off.
be
I showed
us.
you
When
the
we
pictures.
went
I don't know how far
into
you've seen,
captivity,
but the
they
pictures
took
of the
everything
natives,
from us,
you
and now they
understand,
got it
where
in their
culture
possession.
was stripped right up
You
off
understand?
of
Now they claim
to
that
where
they are
one
the
picture you see the
descendants
native
of
in their culture, and
Abraham,
the next picture you
Isaac,
see
and
them
Jacob.
dressed like a little
They
schoolboy.
claim that they are the
Right, and
chosen
little
people of
schoolgirls.
God.
The white
And
schoolboys
to
little
show you
schoolgirls.
and to show you
So,
our culture, you said
they
was
would
our
not
culture
want
in
us to
Africa.
bring- they
I can
didn't.
show you that.
You understand?
To where we did
they
take
turned
our
around
culture
and
with us
stole
into
everything
Africa.
from
If you
us,
would had,
and now they're claiming to be
if
us. When we went into captivity,
right, I understand
they
what you're
took
saying.
everything from us, and now they got it in their possession. You understand? Now they claim that they are the descendants of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. They claim that they are the chosen people of God.
They're allowing you to
show
celebrate
our culture. You
and
said
do
was
whatever
our culture in
African today.
Africa? I can show
You understand?
that.
They don't.
To where
They
we
don't.
did
They
take our
don't
culture
care.
with us into
They
Africa.
don't. They don't
If
I
you
said the
care.
diaspora.
They don't
the diaspora,
care.
which meaning the new world. But the problem is they didn't allow us to practice African cultures either. We hid them. We still took them though. So that to me that is no excuse. But yeah, I hear you. You can keep going.
They're allowing you to celebrate and do whatever African today.
No, no,
They don't. They
ain't nobody
don't. They don't
allowing us to
care.
do anything.
They
We
don't.
grown.
They
We're not
don't
in
care.
slavery.
They
Wait,
don't
time out,
care.
time out. He accept your answer, Cap. He said that he got what you said, and he said, okay, he get it.
No, I don't. I don't accept the answer. But I mean, hey, what can I do? He ain't going. I mean,
I don't accept his answers either. They're
When
garbage.
I say hold up, when I say get it, I mean just to the point of what you said that Cap is able to move on based off of the answer that he gave. That's what I mean. Not that you agree, but you know you understand what he said. We got some more brothers that joined the panel. If we can, bro, I'm gonna come back to you, bro. Naga, Sabio, I'm gonna come back to you too. But we got some more brothers and maybe sisters who have jumped on the panel real quick, and I want to give them a chance to ask their question before we come back around. Brother Byron Washington, take yourself off mute, bro. And if you have a question for either of the brothers on the panel, go ahead.
Yeah, in a little time, I'm an ex Pianki. Can I ask you like maybe like 3 or 4 kind of quick questions, and maybe you can explain a little bit for me?
Quickly.
Very quickly. Okay, brother. Does the continent of Africa contain a multitude of ethnic, linguistic, cultural, tribal backgrounds throughout the whole continent to where it can be so vast that one may not even seem nowhere near close to the other?
Good question.
I would say absolutely.
Okay. Follow-up question. Would you agree in principle that the ancient Israelites were varied in coloration from, red bone to blue black?
I would say that the ancient Israelites, not necessarily. Now, I would say that if you're talking about indigenous ancient Israelites, I would say no. If we're talking about colonizers, sure.
And then lastly in this, in your opinion, if Israelites or whatever have you are not African, in that region of the world, you only have 2 other choices from a continental perspective. It's either Africa as a continent, it's either Asia as a continent, or Europe as a continent. And based off your dialogue with CAPT, if he says that Israelites are not African, meaning they're not from the African continent whatsoever, in your opinion, what continent would they be from?
Well, this is what Cap would have to say is that they Asian. Now, if you're asking me what my opinion is, I would say that they would indeed, even by his own narrative, they would have to be African by virtue of their location and by virtue of from his narrative saying that they was in Africa and inhabitants of Africa for over 1,000 years. So for me, I would say they are African from that standpoint.
Lord,
Unless we gonna say
Okay, I like
that
that.
they ain't, because there ain't really no such thing as Middle East not a continent.
But before
Right.
So
Craig
it's
go,
either Asia, India,
D-New is in
but
the chat.
India is in Asia. So
She don't have the time
again,
to come on
you
at the
like you
moment,
said,
you know,
your,
she
your
kinda,
choices are
you know,
narrowed down. So or you gonna call yourself Asian or you gonna call yourself
but
African.
she
And I'll leave that up to the brother. But
Right.
for me, what other choice do you have besides Africa? If we just going off proximity.
Okay.
Okay, I like that. I like that. Ratchet Craig is next, but before Ratchet Craig go, D New is in the chat, and she don't have the time to come on
Which
at the moment. You know, she
which
kind of
DNA
selling
test
Shout
is
out
she
time.
to the
talking about? Is
Queen
she
D
talking about
New.
on the topic?
Appreciate you coming
I
on.
already broke that down.
But she does have a question for Cap. Cap, she wanted to ask you. Cap said DNA testing
To turn
doesn't work
around and
and
determine
can't
a
be proven.
person's
Can he
nationality
please
or their
give a
race,
breakdown
there's
of
no
how they
such
do
test.
DNA testing
There's
and then
no
why
such
that
test at
way
all.
does not work?
No test is going to
Did
prove
you understand
your
the question, Cap?
nationality.
Which DNA
I
test is she
said
talking about?
when
She
it
talking about on
comes
the
to,
topic?
like the
I
brother had
already broke
mentioned,
that
a
down.
rape kit. Yes, you can turn
Uh,
around and
okay.
find a
So you're
person's
saying what you've already
DNA
said in the
on the
past is
victim,
sufficient
and you
enough
can turn around and you
for
can catch the
turn
person that
around and
committed the crime.
determine a person's
That's been proven throughout
nationality
history.
or
You
their
understand?
race.
Of criminals
There's no
raping
such
people,
test.
right?
There's
When it
no
comes
such
to
test at all.
your father,
another
right?
plan.
You want to know who your
Going
father
to
is,
prove your
right? You
nationality.
can turn around and get a DNA
I
test for
said
that.
when it comes to,
But when it comes
like the
to
brother had
your
mentioned,
nationality,
a rape kit,
no such
yes,
test
you can
exists,
turn around
and you're not going to come up with
find
any
a
result.
person's
You're just going to
DNA
come up with you're
on the
you're from
victim,
Africa. You're
and
9
you can
different
turn around and you
Africans,
can catch the
and
person
you're
that
1
committed the
European.
crime.
That's what you're going to come up with. So you're going to be you're going to be 10 different people.
Criminals raping people, right? When it comes to your father, right? You want to know who your father is, right? You can turn around and get a DNA test for that. But when it comes to your nationality, no such test exists, and you're not going to come up with any result. You're just going to come up with you're from Africa. You're 9 different Africans, and you're 1 European.
What's the difference?
That's what you're going to come up with. So you're going to be 10. You're going to be 10 different people.
Okay. Ratchet Craig, he is in the building.
Hey,
Ratchet Craig, take yourself
can
off mute.
real
And
real quick for my brother Craig respond. Can I just say, first of all, DNA don't determine your nationality, it determines your ethnicity. And DNA tests can determine your ethnicity based on your genetic marker, the migration of the people who share those genetics. It's not like I just don't think my brother understands what the system is asking. But that's all I got to say. Go ahead.
Shalom, brother.
Doesn't realize, and he also doesn't realize that the DNA test and the paternity test are all the same. Hold on. Let me get this out.
order, bro. I don't know where you're from, but it's order over here. Ratchet Craig, take yourself off mute, bro.
I'm on mute, G. You hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead, bro.
You heard me? But what's up, brother? Nobody, Yaki, and brother Captain TK. How y'all doing? Nice debate, brother.
What's up, bro?
I enjoyed it. Yeah, I enjoyed it. I kind of caught it in the middle to the end, but I enjoyed it, brother.
Say it one more time. You said
I really want to ask Captain TK something. I like your little background too.
Yes, that's
Captain
yes,
TK.
that's
But anyway,
blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians were Israelites, according to the Bible.
Can you kind of explain to me what a nationality is, right quick? Because I'm kind of confused on if our Hebrew being a nationality. I mean,
You said
Hebrew
by
is
the
like
world.
being a nationality.
You said religion or by world.
What is Hebrew Israelite?
You said religion or by world. I'm just trying to make sure.
Hebrew Israelite.
Yes, that's our nationality.
I got you.
Blacks, Hispanics, Native Indians were Israelites, according to the Bible.
I got you.
So
it has
is
nothing
this
to
a
do with religion.
recognized
When you go into the Bible, you
as your
understand
religion,
the
or
word has
this
absolutely
is
nothing to do
recognized
with
by the
religion at
world?
all.
You understand?
You said by the world.
It's
Yeah,
simply
by the
the
world.
truth.
This just
And the
something y'all
Bible
have in
is
y'all little
a
small
history
group.
book, a book of records.
You said
of
religion or
a
by
people,
world?
right?
Oh, I
And
say, is
people
this
just
just
so
a
happen to be
religion,
black,
belief,
Hispanic, and Native Indian.
nationality,
All right, the
or
things that
just
has happened
world
that was
recognized?
prophesied and has happened
I got
to
you.
the people
It
that
has nothing to
in
do
that
with
book, the
religion.
descendants.
When
It's
you
us.
go into the Bible,
You understand?
you
It's
understand
us. No other
the word
nationality,
has
no other race,
absolutely nothing to
no
do
other
with religion at all.
ethnicity. You understand? Which you trying to make it a difference.
It's simply
You understand?
the truth.
It
And
is
the
being
Bible
oppressed
is
by
a
the
history
so-called
book, a
white
book of
man,
records
right?
of
But we
a
are.
people, right? And that people just so happen to be black, Hispanic, and Native Indian. All right, the things that has happened that was prophesied and has happened to the people that, in that book, the descendants, it's us. You understand? It's us. No other nationality, no other race, no other ethnicity. You understand what you trying to make it a difference? You understand? It is being
That's false,
oppressed
brother.
by the
African
so-called white
American
man.
is not a
Okay,
nationality.
I got to
How
I got to
how are
come back
you?
with it because Africa,
How
America,
are you
right?
two different
Africa,
people? I don't
America
understand that.
is an ethnicity and it's a nationality.
Right.
Believe it or
Right,
not,
and
bro.
Africa,
Like, once you
Africa
got
is
hyphen
not even a
America on
nation; it's a
anything,
continent. It
that
was
is your
made up by the
nationality,
Romans. It was made
according
up by the
to
white man.
what nationality is on the global scale.
But that name,
That's false, brother.
but
African
that
American is
name,
not a
that
nationality.
It is anything with hyphen America at the end. That's your nationality, bro.
no they
How are
don't.
you two different people?
Show
I don't understand
show
that.
me
You're not
a
two
person that
different
calls
people.
himself a
That's an
Chinese
ethnicity
American.
group.
They're Chinese.
Right.
Show me that.
Africa is not even
Show
a
me that.
nation. It's a continent.
Show
It was made up by the
no they
Romans. It was
not.
made up by the
It's a
white man.
geographical location, though, but that's just
But
based
that
off
name,
ancestry. But that ain't how they do
How did the nationality change?
nationality.
How does that nationality change because they move?
Whatever you is at the end, right?
no, they don't.
How is a
person that calls himself a Chinese
how is a person
American,
nationality
Chinese.
changed
I'm
because you move?
I'm out here in Cali around
I don't
a bunch
understand
of
that.
They are Americans though. They're not Chinese. They're not China people, bro. Their nationality not China no more. Their nationality
how
is
are
an
they
ethnicity
American?
group. Once you become Chinese,
How are they American? They're not Chinese
bro,
American.
you got to argue that up with the people who make the nationality rules, right?
Chinese American. Chinese
Argue with me
American
about it.
is not a nationality. What are you talking about?
Changed because you move.
Bro, they Chinese Americans are their nationality are Americans, bro. They is an ethnicity group in America
How are they?
that are Chinese America.
How are they American? They're not Chinese.
Why you calling them Chinese?
They
Why
are
you calling them
American,
Chinese?
bro. Some people don't even. Some people are not even
Right.
citizens.
Why you call them Chinese instead of
You're
American?
not even
Hold
a
on, Craig.
citizen.
Okay.
Oh, now they but you said the Chinese.
Nah, I didn't want to make this statement on me.
That's confusion.
I'm just saying, Chinese.
That's confusion.
When you put some people ain't never been.
So if they just simply move from one place to another,
1800.
how does they hold
Some people are not even
nationality
citizens of
and they race and they ethnicity,
China.
whichever you want to
So
choose?
they don't
How does
even.
it
They're not
change
even
just
considered
because they
nationality.
move?
Why you call them Chinese instead of American?
They are American. They Chinese American.
What you said?
Yeah, they're an ethnicity group. I'm saying Chinese because they came over here from China.
That's confusion.
They came over here from China.
So if they just simply move from one place to another, how does they whole nationality and they race and they ethnicity, whichever you want to choose, how does it change just because they move?
Because they're not citizens of China.
Craig, wait, watch me, Craig. Where you from originally?
I'm from Memphis.
Okay, Memphis, right?
Yeah.
I stay in Texas, all right?
Yeah.
If you was to move from Memphis to Texas, or you still from Memphis, like that's your hood, that's your block, that's your set. You still a Memphis raised dude, right?
But we talking about inside the United States, bro. We talking about that's a big difference for you when you talk countries. Give me a country. Give me a country.
Craig, listen to me. You're not arguing with me, bro. I'm just rephrasing what Cap is saying. This is not me and you arguing. So well, let me ask myself. If I'm born in Texas, I'm 36. If I was to move to Memphis and and just stay there for the rest of my life, I'm still gonna be like I'm a Texas boy. I was born and raised out here. My block is 49 Kings, Keystone Pope, this, that, yeah. So what Cap is saying, if a person moved from China and they come to America, in America, they may be classified as a Chinese American, but their nationality is still Chinese.
And nobody, no disrespect, nobody.
That's
Nobody.
states
No,
versus
we talk about
continent.
states versus countries
Right,
and
right. Okay,
continent. Yeah. No disrespect.
I got
No, I
Craig,
do
hold up, Craig,
not.
I got you.
And
So Cap,
what I'm
what
gonna
Craig
do
is
is
saying
we
is
just
that,
gonna have to
okay,
let Ratchet
well,
Craig
based
go
off
with
the way
his
I
name.
laid it
He
out, and you
ratchet.
done laid out the way I laid it
He
out. Based off
ratchet.
the way I
You
laid it out,
understand?
we just
We just gonna
reaching
have to
out
let him.
because of is an equal argument.
We just
And
gonna
what
have
he's
to.
saying is what I'm
We
saying
we just
is
gonna
no
have to let
state
him
wise,
go with his
even though I'm
name.
born at Baylor
We
in
just gonna
Texas,
have to
don't
let him
mean
go
nothing
with
if I
his
move to
name,
Memphis.
because if
What
that's the
he's saying is
case,
that
because
coming
of,
from a
hold on,
continental
wait a minute, let me say what I'm saying real
standpoint,
quick.
that's
Because if
different.
that's the
Would you
case,
agree with that?
then the people here that think that they are Africans, they would not be Africans. They would not be given. They would not be getting DNA tests. They would not be
Yeah,
calling
damn
themselves
right.
Africans.
No,
Everybody would
hold
Hey,
up,
but
just
hold
I
up,
have
hold
to
didn't
up.
be
finish up though, right
American
quick,
then.
nobody.
There would be just no. There would
Y'all
be
need to
nobody here but
define.
just
Y'all need to
Americans.
define
You understand?
nationality.
I don't want to.
You being
I
a
don't want to mute nobody.
citizen,
Hold up, Cap.
you being a
Go ahead.
citizen has nothing to do with who you are. Those Chinese people, they are. Oh,
Stop right there.
go ahead,
Stop right there.
nobody.
Stop right there.
I
I
got you.
didn't
Go ahead.
finish though,
Stop right there.
nobody.
Stop right there. Stop right there. Cap.
Go ahead.
Cap. Captain, my cap. Captain Trinitarian.
There
Come
would
on,
be
my
just
brother.
no. There would be nobody here but just Americans.
I
You
didn't
understand?
finish. I was about to end though.
You
I was about
being
to
a
end.
Everybody
citizen,
wait. I don't want to mute nobody. Everybody
you
hold up.
being a
Everybody
you
hold up.
being a
Everybody just hold up.
citizen has nothing to do with who you are.
Okay.
Those Chinese people, they are. Oh,
Cap.
go
Stop
ahead,
right there,
nobody.
Cap.
I got you.
Pause
Go
right
ahead.
there. Pause right there. Cap, go on mute for 1 second.
Go
No,
ahead.
no ad hominems, Ratchet Craig. I want you to give your closing statement that you was finna give, and then we'll
Yeah.
get happening, bro.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. But what all I was gonna say is, you had people who came here in the 1800s. This Chinese, right? They came from China, right? They had children that grew over here. Their children no longer a citizen, right? You had to be a
Be short, bro.
nationality.
Kind of short, though.
Hey, to be a nationality, you had to be a citizen first, right? So if they wasn't born over there, their nationality is America. They're gonna be called Chinese America. That's their
No sweat.
ethnicity. They are
Like I
Americans,
said,
right? African American,
it just makes no sense
Americans.
for a
You know what I'm saying?
person
Ain't
when you're
nowhere
talking about
around it. That's our
citizenship
nationality, America.
versus who you
Not
actually are,
ethnicity.
your
Yeah.
nationality,
Okay.
That's all I'm
your
saying.
ethnicity,
We
your
appreciate
race.
that, bro.
Like I
If you want to
said,
hang around
that
and we have
has
time,
nothing
I'm
to
gonna give
do.
that
One
to you.
has nothing to
All
do with
right.
the other.
Go put
There
yourself
is
on
no
mute.
way
Cap, I
that
want to
you're
give you
just going
about
to
30 seconds to
move
address
from
what
one
he just
place.
said,
Now,
and then
if
we're gonna
you
move
go
on to the
from
next person and get ready to
St.
close
Louis
out.
to
Go ahead and
Chicago,
address that, Cap.
you
Take
would
yourself
be
off mute.
considered a Chicago citizen versus a St. Louis because you moved to another city. But who you are still stays the same. It does not change. You understand? So that right there is just a ridiculous argument. Is that you're who you are because you move? That means nobody here is anything other than American. Everybody here is American. You know, so one place. Now, if you go from St. Louis to Chicago, you would be considered a Chicago citizen versus a St. Louis because you moved to another city. But who you are still stays the same. It does not change. You
Yeah,
understand? So
right.
that right there is just a ridiculous argument. Is that you're who you are because you moved? That means nobody here is anything other than American. Everybody here is American. You know.
All right.
So
Right. I don't know why you had to bring my name up. Nobody. But um, hey, most of the questions tonight have been directed towards Cap. Cap, put yourself on mute. If there is anybody in the chat right now who have a question for Brother P. Unky, take yourself off mute and ask Brother P. Unky your question.
Yo, Pianki, I got a question.
That is Sabio. That is the
It is.
founder. That is the founder of the YouTube channel Scripture Rippers. Y'all go check out my brother.
And we
Sabio.
take all the smoke. We want
All
all
the
the smoke from
all
all
the
on the broom.
hey, boy, you stupid.
Y'all go check him out over there at Scripture Rippers YouTube channel. Go ahead, Sabio. Ask your question to Pianki.
So, Pianki,
Yes, sir.
what do you think is the significance of us embracing our African heritage, African identity?
Okay.
Well, it's a twofold thing, like bro. So first of all, it's reality. Like if you're gonna live in the real world, you got to deal with reality, and that's a reality. I mean, people can be ashamed of it. People can want to have no connection to it all they want to because they the ones that's actually buying into the white man bullshit about African people. They the ones buying into that bullshit. So first of all, it's reality. It's like trying to deny your mother or your father. They your mother and your father no matter what you do. You can move halfway across the country, halfway across the world. You can't get away from the fact that the people that had you. So the significance is dealing with reality and getting out of this practice of only identifying yourself with what the white man gave you. The white man gave you his culture. He took your culture and superimposed his culture over it. So the significance is getting your culture back, or at least getting acquainted with it. Now you do with it what you want to do with it, but at least you know. So again, it's twofold. One, you're dealing with reality, and two, you taking that superimposed European culture off, and you getting in touch with your actual roots. Shout out to Alex Haley. And that's just my opinion. And real quick, shout out to or like, share, and subscribe to my brother CAPT show every Sunday. I believe starts from 11 up in the Sport Radio. So shout out to him and subscribe to that as well.
Okay, I want to throw this out there. Everybody that's in the chat, we got a couple of people in the chat. We've been a little hot all night. Put a 1 in the chat if you think my brother Piyanki Patah, Muntum Nephrom Ra, Amun Ra is winning this debate. Put a 2 in the chat if you think my brother Captain Dagal from ISUPK under Commander General Yohana is winning this debate so far. We're about to get ready to close out, but for each of the brothers who are on the panel, I want to give each brother 1 question apiece. No pushback, y'all. No pushback. Ask your question to whichever participant you want to ask it to. Go ahead and log off and let them give you the answer. We're going to bring on the misinformation police. Unmute yourself, my brother. Sutek, go and ask your question to one of the participants. Go and log off and let them give you the answer.
All right, so my question is to the people who don't trust DNA tests or genealogy tests, cell phones, video games, computers,
I don't
TVs, medicine.
I got
you. Do you trust any of that? I got you. Because it's the same science
who said
will take you down the path to these accurate
that don't
DNA
even make
tests.
Sense. That question don't even make. I bought it because it has 136 gigabytes of data. You understand the storage and I could swipe and you understand. That's why I bought it. I don't trust like in my phone. It's just I don't even know how to even. I got you. It makes no sense. It's not the. No, I get what you say. I understand what you say. But you. I'm still talking.
I bought it because
when you said 136 gigabytes of data, do I trust in that? And DNA leads you down. It's the same science. That's why it's not. I don't. You understand? I don't even know how you put that together and match a cell phone. With it, you must believe.
Okay, let me clarify the question.
No, I get you understand. You got to believe.
Apparently, you don't by your answer. So let me clarify my question.
You trust in a phone. I don't trust in a phone. I don't. When you say, go ahead. Do I trust in that? And DNA leads you down. It's the same science. No, it's not. You understand? I don't even know how you put that together and match a cell phone. With it, you must believe in 5G causing cancer or something. You understand? You got to believe in something foolish to even say that a phone. You trust in a phone. I don't trust in a phone. I don't. Go ahead.
Okay, so so now.
No, stay right there. No. We're just giving 1 question apiece, coming to close out. Pianki wants you to stay on, bro. He want to talk to you after we close this show out. So you can
All right,
close out.
cool.
No. After this, he can close out. I just want to one say, do I thank you to the brother for even taking time to check out my platform. Number
Okay.
one, and I just want the brother to take some time to tell the people who watching who he is, because I don't know if people really understand who the brother is, what he do, what his channel about. So I just
Hey,
want
Stu
to
Tech, let it be
shout
known.
him out
Okay.
and plug your channel, your book, and everything
I got you,
else.
big bro. I got you, big bro. Stu Tech.
Yeah.
Our platform not that old, man. We'll start up program, and most of our followers kind of know us. And we got some who are more known than us on the YouTube streets. So you may not be well known to our audience as well as other audience. So take the time out as briefly as possible. Let the people know who you are, and let the people know where they can find you at, bro.
All right, so my name is Sutek Akande Iyanuolawa. I am a representative of Kofi Pasai Research Team and Masi Warrior Clan, which is offshoots of the Amara Squad. Our channel is Kofi Pasai TV. I'll drop the link in the chat for that. Also, Masi Warrior Clan, I'll drop a link in the chat for that as well. Yes, we have books. We have Spears of the Masi 1 from Spears to Pens, Volume 2. We got Volume 3. I can't think of the name right now. We working on Volume 4, which should be out next month. We also have children's books, coloring books. We have clothing brands. We have face cards, board games. Our work is from everywhere from all around the United States to over in West Africa and the Gambia, to be specific, in a school called Ganjaro Skills Academy, where we fund a scholarship fund. So we working, man. And like I said, I'll drop a link in the chat. We go live every so often, usually a few times a week. So yeah, y'all can catch us over there. I'll make sure I drop all those links in the chat, man. I'm not the bragging type, but yeah, appreciate that, bro, Bianchi, man.
Oh yeah, no problem, man. Hey, it ain't about bragging, man. If something is true, it's true. People can hate on it. I mean, if somebody is putting the work in, they putting the work in. A person saying that they putting the work in, it's not really bragging. It's really just saying that 1 + 1 = 2. We appreciate you, Tech, for coming in, bro. We look forward to you coming on the channel a lot more, man. And as well, we're looking forward to being a part of your channel if you will have us, man. Again, we appreciate you, bro. Real talk.
I'm gonna hop off.
All right, go hop off, man. As y'all can see, a lot of people from other channels like to say that Paradigm Shift is one of the most, or if not, is the most diverse channel on YouTube. As y'all see, we have brothers from all different backgrounds coming on this channel, man. And we are a growing channel. And I would like to even pat ourselves on the back as to say that we are the most conscious fastest rising channel in the conscious community and the woke community alike. And that's just me tooting our own horn if I can. The next person I want to bring on, Byron Washington. I want to. You have one question to ask each of the participants. Kind of keep it brief, and they'll give you a brief answer, and you can log off after you ask your question. And we're gonna move to the next two people. Take yourself off mute, Byron.
For sure. I'm gonna ask Pianki.
My brother, part of the one. Jesus Christ,
Pianki,
the one. My bad. Go ahead, bro.
Pianki, question, man.
What's up, bro?
So kind of piggyback off from what I asked earlier. So we look at the biblical narrative, right? And I just want to get your opinion about like an ethnic heritage of these people. If these people, Hebrews, Israelites, whatever you want to call it, spend 400+ years in Kemet, clearly mixing and mingling, leaving out a mixed multitude of people, right? And then they go into Kemet's vassal kingdom, Canaan, another African controlled land. And that's their promised land. And they also mix and mingle with some of the native people there. What would you classify those people after all that mixing and mingling with African people in Kemet and in Canaan?
Well, first, I would have to admit that the biblical narrative of the Exodus is something I have a hard time reconciling with. But for the sake of this question and this conversation, I go with it. So if the biblical narrative is true, these people spent 400 years in Kemet, mixing and mingling with the Kemetic people. Then they leave in a mixed multitude and go into Canaan, where we know Kemet ruled for over 400 years. While you would go to leave one place and go to another place where they rule, I don't know. You're jumping out the frying pan into the fire. But let's say they did that. So you mixing with the Canaanites, who are under Kemetic control and who are surely mixing with Kemetic people as well. So you said what?
Okay, there you go.
And so they clearly mixing with Kemetic people as well, because Kemet controls this land. So the clear indication would be, or the fallout would be, that these people have thoroughly integrated themselves into an African culture, whether it was in Kemet or in Canaan. And again, Kemet controlled Canaan for over 400 years, during the time where most experts say the Exodus was supposed to have happened. So you have, if you aren't Africans, you have certainly diluted, if you want to say, polluted, if you want to say, whatever you want to call it, if it's a negative connotation, you have definitely let Africa into your bloodstream. Period. And it ain't no way around it. 400 years in one place, and then however many years in the other place, both controlled by this African kingdom. Make it make sense. I hope I answered your question.
That's it, bro.
Byron, before you jump off, Byron Washington is a part of the one. Y'all gonna really get some information on that coming up pretty soon. He is known as the community minister on this channel. Byron Washington, let the people know what you're doing in your city, man, where they can find you at, and any closing words that you want to say before you log out, bro.
Yeah, man. In lieu of giving any shout out to anything I'm doing, man, I just want y'all to give y'all thoughts, prayers, what you're gonna call what's going on in Louisiana right now. We about less than 24 hours away from hitting like a Cat 4 hurricane head on. They say it's the strongest hurricane since 1850 to hit Louisiana, especially this area. So, you know, I've been prepping for the last 24 hours with family, getting people straight. So, yeah, in lieu of all that, man, y'all just keep your thoughts and prayers out for the people in Louisiana. And hopefully this real, if whatever comes out the end of it, it ain't too bad to where we can have some good relief efforts.
Okay, we appreciate that, bro. And we're gonna be praying for you, man. And you already know, we already talked one-on-one, so you know how I feel about it. Everybody else who in the chat, man, if you believe in the biblical God or not, whatever you believe in, man, send your prayer, send your energy in the way of my brother. They're about to face a real bad hurricane, and like you said, they are prepping for it. And just send positive energy my brother way, and send your prayers his way. Say, bro, we're gonna catch you on the messenger, bro. Byron, go on log off if you will, my brother.
Hotel.
All right. We're gonna say next up, man. Braxton Craig, take yourself off mute. Be brief. Ask one of the brothers a question, and then we're gonna let people know where they can find you at and all that, and then we're gonna let you sign off as well.
Okay, thank you, brother. Nobody.
Yes, sir.
But anyway, I'm asking Pianki this question right here. Pianki, do you think Kemet, right, as the empire, the civilization, the kingdoms, do you think their nationality exists today?
Do I think their nationality
exists today?
I think it's definitely some inheritors or descendants, if you will, of the ancient Kemetic civilization.
You low, bro. You low.
Can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me now?
Okay, there you go.
Okay. Yeah, it's definitely some descendants of the ancient Kemetic civilization in the Sudan right now, in what was formerly known as Nubia, Sudan. Some still in Kemet proper, but we know that was taken over by Arabs. But yeah, that bloodline still exists now.
But I don't mean to make this, but when I say nationality, that's different from descendants and bloodline.
Do they call
To do the nationality of Kemet, right?
Oh, okay, I got
Yeah,
you.
the nationality of Kemet. Do
Nah,
you think it exists today?
nah.
Okay, yeah.
It's, and of course it's called Egypt now. It's been Hellenized to Egypt. My teacher, my master teacher, went over there with a group of people, and he's a Kemetic practitioner. So they trying to actually like pray and have ceremonial rituals in that area, though, that sacred land, if you will. These Arabs with they submachine guns smoking outside of these complexes and telling them, nah, y'all can't do all that. So if it was still African, if as we say, then they wouldn't be able to tell us nothing. But they can. And so they sitting there puffing their cigarette, putting it out in that quote unquote sacred land. Basically, get your ass on somewhere you can't do that. So nah, that's gone.
You think it's gone forever? Then my last question on Lava. Do you think it's gone forever? You think it's gonna be a resurrection?
I can't say one way or another. I'm not a precog. I'm not a prophet. I hope that it resurrects. Our Kemetic cousins, as I say. I hope it does, but I have no way to say whether it will or it won't. I don't think those people are even concerned with it. Most of them are either Christian or Muslim at this point. So, could it happen? Sure, but do I know or have any indication that it would? I couldn't tell you.
Hey, brother, nobody.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get back on my information that followed. Since I asked so many questions, I'm gonna get back on my information. I'm gonna jump back on the show one day, then ask me where I could be reached at one other day, brother.
Okay,
but enjoy the show, and I appreciate you. And TK, good job.
Craig, are you on Facebook?
Yeah, I'm on Facebook.
I'm gonna put my name in the chat. Jacobus Y, bro. Send me a friend request, bro.
Okay, put your name in the chat. I'll hit you up.
All right, hit you up. All right.
Hey, I appreciate you, bro.
Okay, thank you. All right, TK.
Bro, and we look to interview. We look to interview you one day on the show, bro. We'll just bring you on first for interview, bro. No, pushback or nothing, man. So hit us up, bro.
Okay, I got y'all, brothers.
All right, bro. Be careful, man.
All right.
Last but not least, we have to save the best for last. Mr. Scripture Rippers. Sabio, take yourself off mute. Ask a question.
Best researcher in the community since Dr. Reggie.
License of what?
Thank you.
Ask your question to one of the brothers, or if not both of the brothers, then we're gonna close out.
You said what? Do I know the significance of what?
My last question, because I asked two to Bianchi. My last question is for Captain. Do you know the significance?
Oh my God.
And where the lighting of the menorah comes? I do. I just want to know if you know the significance of Hanukkah and who it stems from.
You said what? Do I know the significance of what?
Of Hanukkah. Hanukkah. I see you got the menorah in the background. I want to know if you know what the lighting of that symbolizes.
He says that you have the menorah in the background, and he want to see that since you have the menorah in the background, do you know the significance of?
Oh my God!
What is that, Sabio?
Who is it for? Who did it? Who started the significance?
We celebrate it
the lighting
every
of the menorah?
day,
When did
not
it
every
start,
day, every year in
the
ISPK.
For?
Okay,
Right.
that's several questions.
It's
one question, but all I need to know is the person's name. If you know the person's name, I'll leave it alone.
The so-called white man, Edomites.
I can wrap
right, and we rededicated our temple. They were sacrificing idols and swine, all kinds of things.
Do you know the significance of
some brothers got together and decided that they were not going to fall for the banana in the tailpipe.
Not every day.
And they ended up fighting our oppressor, and we won. You understand? So that's where we get that,
we turned
that from.
around
In a
and
nutshell,
conquered
I know we trying to
the
wrap up.
so-called white man eating.
Yeah, I just said the Maccabees.
We rededicated our
I
temple.
just you.
They were.
Hey, brother, let me tell you something. Commander Junior Hanna
idols,
teaches us all
shrine,
well
all
here in
kinds
the
of things.
ISUPK.
You understand?
You ain't got to worry about that.
Some brothers got together and decided that they were not
Oh
going to
my
fall
God.
for the banana in the tailpipe.
Oh
And they
my
ended up
God!
fighting
Now
our
Judas
oppressor,
Maccabee was a
and we
convert,
won.
brother. You don't
You
know what you're
understand?
talking about.
So that's
You don't know what you're
where we
talking
get
about, brother.
that from. In a nutshell, I know we
Judas
kinda-
Maccabees, right?
Yeah, I just said.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure you knew because a lot of Israelites don't know.
Hey, brother, let me tell you something. Commander Junior Honda teaches us all well here in the
Well, Judas Maccabee
Oh
wasn't
my
You ain't got to worry about
wasn't
that.
an Israelite. He
You
was
ain't-
a convert.
Oh my God.
Came from the he came from the he
Oh
came
my
from the
God.
west. He came from a
Hey,
whole nother
Judas
place.
Maccabee was a convert, brother. You don't know.
He
What
was a convert.
you don't know what you're talking about, brother.
Right, that's it.
So can I source up on this? Can I share my screen on this real quick on Judas Maccabee?
Nah,
All
bro.
right, I won't. You right. You
Oh
answered it.
my
You
God.
answered it. You answered it. So you knew it came from Judas Maccabees. That's all I wanted to know.
All
If you
right,
knew who it came
Fabio.
from. So I'm out.
Fabio, even though we done promoted you heavily, scripture rippers, y'all go look him up on YouTube. Fabio, let the people know any other information that they
Right.
can find you at, and go and close out, my brother.
Nah, that's it. Oh yeah, I need y'all to. If y'all want, y'all can come over to my channel. You know, we take all the smoke.
All right.
Love
Fabio, I want you to know this. I don't know if
Israelites.
you know this or not. You may know this, but you may not. I'm Jacobus Wide, bro. As you can see, as all the love I've shown you on this channel, I know we text a lot, but you're getting to hear my voice. As you can see, I'm not against you, bro.
Oh, I
I
know.
got
I'm
nothing to
not
say
talking to
about it.
you. I'm talking to. I'm
No,
talking to
I'm
all
talking
the
about in the
Israelites in the
messenger.
chat.
But we ain't gonna get into that. We appreciate you, bro. Go ahead and
I'm
log
out.
off, my brother. Peace. We want to give the opportunity. Captain 10K, you get to ask Brother Pinocchio one question. Brother Pinocchio asked Cap one question. We're gonna close
We
out.
got one
Oh,
last person that want to ask
I
us
see him right now. Marlon Simmons, the God body, just entered the building. What's up, Marlon, my brother? You not on mute. You already off mute. Ask any question you want to Captain 10K or to Brother Pinocchio.
All right, peace. What's good, brother?
Peace, bro. The God body in the
This
building.
guy, man, this guy here. I mean, is he serious, bro? I mean, seriously, I'm not even gonna bring nothing to this. I'm not bringing no paperwork, no nothing, man. It don't take that because anybody with sense that went through any type of history or know anything about Africa knows. I said it before in the chat earlier in the group earlier today. I got a complete history of Africa, bro. And Africa is, I mean, this dude is coming from all types of aspects as far as he's an Israelite and Israelites are not African, bro. Any book you look in, anywhere you go, you're gonna know that Israel is Africa, okay? The Middle East
Right.
is Africa. All that up into the point where you cross over into Europe is Africa, bro. So, I mean, where's he getting this I'm a Hebrew Israelite crap from, bro? And if you are, you're African, brother. Iraq, land, all that's Africa. What's he talking about, man? He's using the Bible to try to break Africa up, and the Bible is not a historical book, bro.
So what's your
It's not.
question, Marlon?
It's not.
What's your question? What's your question, Marlon? Hold on, wait. Captain. Me and you spoke offline earlier. And you remember I told you that you may have an officer who want to address somebody in the group. This is the brother right here. This is Marlon Simmons. This is the brother that have an issue with some of the stuff that you're saying. And you remember that we did want to give, one or two of your other brothers, specifically Captain cut them up, if I have to point them out real quick. We want to give Officer cut them up. Officer cut them up a chance to give a little shine since he's been on the platform more than once. And this is the brother who
First
have an
off,
issue with some of the stuff that you've been
okay.
saying as pertaining to this debate, black people in America being African or Israelites. So I just want
Any
to let you
scholar,
know that.
any
So,
scholar got an issue with that, bro.
Marlon, do you have a question for Captain 10K?
Yeah, why in the world are you saying, first of all, you're Israelite, and second of all, if you are, what makes you not African? If Israel is Africa, what makes you not an African if you're Israelite, brothers?
Okay, look, wake up before you answer that.
First
Let me give
off,
you better ammo for what he's saying.
just
He believes
because
that Israel is a part of
a
Africa,
land
based off some of those
is
old
in
world
another,
maps. You know how they have like
people,
all
you
that
got to
are part
go
of
off
Africa.
of the people.
So he believes that
It has
all
nothing
of
to
that
do with
is Africa.
the land.
So
You understand?
how can you
People
claim
are
to be
everywhere.
an Israelite
Everybody's everywhere,
without claiming
and
to be
that
an
doesn't make
African
them
at
the
the same time?
same.
Help me
Africans
understand that, brother.
are in
Go ahead, Kyle.
what's that? What's the Arabs that's
First off,
pushing them out of their land? They know they're not the same people,
just
man.
because
You understand? So that's
a
just
land
that's just bogus just to say
is in
that
another,
we're the same
people
people. You
gotta
just
go
want
off
to
of the
be
people.
African so
It
bad.
has nothing to do
You understand?
with the land.
To where you
You
turn
understand?
around and
People
you
are
will take
everywhere.
that.
Everybody's
You will
everywhere.
take that
And that doesn't make
instead
them the same.
instead of taking your true identity,
Africans,
which
are
is
in,
if you are a descendant of
what's
the
that? What's the
slaves,
Arabs that's
then guess what? You
pushing
are an
them out of their land?
Israelite.
They know they're not the same people, man.
You're an Israelite. Simple as
Right.
that.
So that's just bogus just to say that we're the same people. You just want to be African so bad. Turn around and you will
Hold on,
take that.
Marlon,
You'll take that
Oh
instead,
shit.
instead of taking your true identity, which is if you are a descendant of the slaves, then guess what? You are an Israelite. You're an Israelite. Simple as that.
How?
Simple as
How?
Hello, wait,
Okay,
no,
okay,
Marlon,
okay, okay,
Marlon,
hold on.
Marlon, wait. I know Marlon not going to sleep no time soon. I know my brother Pianki
It
gotta
sound
go in a little bit. Cap, if you
ain't
and
no sweat.
officer cut
It
him up, not
sounds
going
more
nowhere
like
soon,
Marlon
we
does
can end
smoke
this show
versus
and we
just
can
wanting
jump right
smoke.
into this
You
show with
understand?
Marlon Simmons and
So but
with your permission,
it
officer
is
cut
what
him
it
up.
is.
But if you don't
You
want officer cut him
understand?
up to go, you can address anything that Marlon got to say because
Yeah,
Marlon let
but
it
it
be
is
known
what it
earlier
is. You
today.
understand? So what
He
we'll do
wants to smoke
is
with y'all,
we'll
and
set up
he
something
don't care what it takes.
another
But
time.
if we can't
You understand? To where we can have a
if we can't do it tonight, we can do it tomorrow.
if he can have one, he
Y'all
can have a
ready?
decent dialogue. We
It
can.
sounds more like
You understand?
Marlon does
Then
smoke
we'll do
versus
that.
wanting to smoke. You
Oh
understand?
man.
Then we'll do
Jokes,
that.
you killing, man. You
Hold on,
started the
Marlon,
point earlier today, but that ain't funny.
Marlon,
Get real, bro.
wait, let Cap
No, I
go,
was
let
just
Cap go, wait.
saying,
Go
we'll
ahead, Cap.
set up something for
but
another
it is what it
time
is. You
and
understand? So
have
what we'll
have
do
a discussion
is
about
we'll
whatever
set up something
whatever
another
things
time.
seem to be bothering
Okay,
him.
cool.
Where we can have
Hey, hold on. I got one
if
question.
we
If,
can
if
have one,
hold
we
up,
can have
hold up,
Hold
hold
on,
up,
Marlon,
hold up,
wait,
hold
Marlon,
up,
let him
Cap.
finish. Marlon, you
Nah,
next.
man.
Let him
If,
finish,
if
Marlon.
hold up, man.
Marlon,
If
let him
Israel ain't in
finish.
Africa, then where is it, bro?
Ain't no sweat.
God body, I got you, God body. Come on, bro, you know me. I got you, bro. Cap, go ahead, finish your thoughts, and then Marlon, you next. Go ahead, Cap.
I was just saying, we'll set up something for another time and
Okay.
have a discussion about whatever whatever things seem to be
Um,
bothering him.
Okay. Either me
we,
or Pianki will keep you
we
updated. Hopefully we can do it
me and
tomorrow. If not, we can
Pianki
do it
both
sometime
agree
this
that
week,
it's
during the week
not a
or next
part
weekend or whatever.
of that
So,
land.
Marlon, you got one
It's a
last
part
question,
of
bro, and
Asia.
then I want you to jump off.
So
Go
what?
on, take yourself off
Yeah.
mute and say what you was finna say. Keep it brief, my brother.
Yeah. You do the research. It's not a part
If
of that
Israel ain't in
continent.
Africa,
The
where
white
the hell
man
is
has
it, bro?
pushed and moved. The white man
If
has
Israel,
moved the
if Israel is
markers
not in Africa,
and
Cap,
turned
where is
around
it?
and
What country
says
does it
that it
belong to?
is.
What
You
country does Israel
understand?
belong to?
So that's all,
Both
man.
agree that
And
not
then that
part
still wouldn't say
that land.
that the people that
Oh
live,
wow.
the people that's
So
living in our land right now, they don't claim to be Africans.
Israel?
So
Hold
if
on,
it's in the land and
No
they're
more
there,
questions,
they
bro.
don't say that they're Africans. So why isn't he saying the
It's
Israelites?
not a
Why isn't
part
he
of
saying
that
they're
continent.
Africans? Why isn't
Why
anyone
not?
saying that they are Africans as well
When
if it's
you
in that land?
markers
The stuff just makes
and
no
turn
sense,
around
man.
and
You
says that
understand?
it is. You understand?
Okay, right. That's good enough, Cap.
That's all.
Yeah.
And then it still wouldn't say that the people that live
the people that's living in our land right now, they don't claim to be Africans.
No, so we skipping the question.
And
I'm just asking.
They don't say that they're Africans. So why isn't he saying the Israelis? Why isn't he saying they're Africans? Why isn't anyone saying that they are Africans as well?
No sweat.
It's in that land. The stuff just makes no sense, man.
Is,
you understand?
In tonight's debate, you have not proven and shown any
argument, and then
origin
give your last closing
of
words
black people being from Africa. So I mean,
we're gonna close out, my brother.
how are you going to say and prove that blacks here in America are Africans when you haven't even proven that?
Go ahead, Cap.
I have proven they're Israelites, but you have not proven that they are Africans. So how are you going to turn around and substantiate that claim that blacks here in America are originally from Africa and African people, and what tribe would they be from?
How are you going to?
It's almost 60 of them.
Prove that blacks here in America are Africans when you haven't even proven that. I have proven they're Israelites, but you have not proven that they are Africans. So how are you going to turn around and substantiate that claim that blacks here in America are originally from Africa and African people, and what tribe would they be from? It's almost 60.
Go ahead, Bianca.
Okay, so again, at the beginning of my presentation, I said I'm not gonna say anything. I'm gonna let them say it. Now I showed where these people were taken from and who they said they were. Now you ain't gotta believe them, but they said who they were. Because last I heard y'all say only Israelites were taken from the transatlantic. The European came over there and said, we're taking the Israelites, not Africans. So if these people said they were African, then y'all got some splaining to do, like Lucy. You understand? Because they said they was African, and they was in the same transatlantic slave trade that you claim the Israelites was in. So I ain't have to prove nothing. They proved it themselves. They said they was African. They said that the brother said he was praying to his African gods, and he wouldn't convert to Christianity. He wouldn't.
This is why in the ISUPK we are no cowards, because the battle was between me and you. I ain't gonna tell you to go find some dead person and argue with him. You understand? Ain't no chumps, ain't no cowards in the ISUPK. So that right, huh? You said what?
Okay.
Absolutely. You understand? I want the smoke. Ain't that what you said? Ain't that what you said? Cap want the smoke.
This is why.
That's right. You understand? Yeah, right. Okay, because you just chickened out. You understand? You said, "Oh no, don't say nothing to me. Go resurrect him." You understand?
Ain't no powers in the ISUPK. So that right. You said what?
So like I said, man.
You understand? I want the smoke. Ain't that what you said?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
That's right.
Okay.
Hey.
That's right.
You understand? Yeah, right. Okay.
You understand?
You just
I ain't come with a knife at all. I told you I came with a Gatling gun.
Don't say nothing.
You understand?
Don't resurrect.
Gatling gun, okay? Not no knife. Not no butter knife.
Let him go. Let him go. Go ahead.
You understand?
So like I said, man.
Cop, you got to be cutting them thick for him to cut you off, bro. You have to be cutting them deep right there, man.
He not only do he got a butter knife, he got a plastic butter knife.
He said it ain't even a
I ain't come with a knife at all. I told you I came with a Gatling gun.
Yeah, that Gatling gun ain't got no bullets. He pulling the trigger.
It don't make no sense because you believe a bogus source.
Let Cap go. Cap got 1 minute.
No, Cap called me a coward, so I'm just saying like this. First of all, I said I'm gonna let the people speak for themselves. They didn't say they was Israelites. I'm wondering why they didn't say they was Israelites if Israelites was the only people taking in the transatlantic slave trade. Because now you gotta say, well, there must have been some Africans since they said they was African, which go against what y'all say. So again, this shit don't make no sense. Like if we gonna let's get down to brass tacks. I let the people who were enslaved and were taken from Africa speak for themselves. He said I didn't prove it. It wasn't nothing to prove because they proved it for themselves. I proved that Native Americans had black African people as slaves. He didn't rebut it. All he did was show some stuff. Hold on. No, I'm a coward. I'm a coward. So now let's talk about it. I proved that Native Americans had Africans as slaves. I see people in the chat talking about you didn't prove that they were Israelites. About them being Israelites. Hold on, nobody. Hold on, because apparently I'm scared. So now no. Let's talk about it. I proved that these people call themselves Africans, which I said I would do. None of them call themselves Israelites. I proved that white boy that commissioned that Bible that they read out of was not only a white boy, not only was he hella feminine, not only was he a part of the slave trade, but if he was black, let's say in the parallel universe he was black, he definitely wanted to be white because he posed for them pictures. His family posed for them pictures. Cap said he ain't never heard of nobody saying they was called the black or the red because of their hair. But we got that all throughout history again. The Viking, Eric the Red. His skin wasn't red. His hair was red. Blackbeard. He had a black beard. Like we got this shit all over history, but for some reason,
Bianchi, you sold your people though.
My man don't understand.
Answer for that.
My man
you sold your people.
Terms again, like
okay. So how you so mad at everybody else when you committed the bigger crime? You committed the bigger crime.
Was black. Not
you sold your own people.
But Cap don't know nothing about that because Cap don't know
No,
nothing about
I'm not. No, I'm not. I'm not anti-fact at all.
He believed Native Americans or his
I'm not anti-facts at all.
So I mean, I may be a coward, but I ain't no dumb
motherfucker. You sold your people though. Answer for that. You sold your people.
I ain't got an answer for it. I admit it. I admit it.
So how you so mad at everybody else when you?
I'm not mad though, Cap. I'm not mad at facts. Facts are my friend.
You sold your.
You the one that's anti-fact. You the one that want a white man to be black. You want a white man to be black.
So when are African people gonna reconcile what they've done? If that's the case, if Africans sold Africans into slavery, look at what they claim. They claim to be brothers, right? Your family. They're different tribes of Africans, right? So if they sold other Africans into slavery, how are you gonna fix that?
Sold Africans under the context of these tribal wars and conflicts.
No, I'm saying what you say.
And Native Americans had black people as slaves. It's a fact.
So when are African people gonna reconcile what they've done? If that's the case. That's only so we can build up their country like we do every other place we live in. Brothers, right? Your family. They're different tribes of Africans, right? So if they sold other Africans into slavery, how you gonna fix that?
Well, you not African, or you say you ain't African, so you probably ain't heard of.
I'm saying
you probably ain't heard of Nigeria, Ghana, and other countries in West Africa saying, "Come over here." They just had the
no, they didn't.
Great home going.
No, they didn't. That's only so we can. The white man was trying to force that on them.
Come over here, we give you land. We understand what happened, etc. So, I mean, it's recompense that's attempting to be made. What them Indians gonna do for enslaving your ancestors?
You got it all wrong.
Do.
You understand? The white man is forcing. The white man has been forcing. You absolutely have. No, you haven't. No, you haven't. You haven't proven anything.
So what are they gonna do?
Because you still haven't proven how we Africans, bro. You pulled one book from 1928 when a guy said, "I want to go back home to Africa."
Why are they stripping
that's it. You said 1928 when he said he was African. do you know in 1928 we was not calling ourselves Israelites?
The white
I got it wrong. I've been getting it wrong all night.
The white
I've been
man
getting it wrong all night,
brother.
but
No,
I'm
absolutely
no, because
you haven't proven anything.
no, you didn't. You didn't tell me at all.
You still have not proven anything. You pulled one book from 1928 when a guy said, "I want to go back home to Africa."
No, I pulled more than that, Cap.
It said what you pulled. It said by what you pulled. It said by Pianki. You know, and then you went through the different slides. So how I know there's different books.
I pulled more than that. Do you want me to pull it?
How I know there's different books?
No.
Okay,
I ain't
think so.
Like the same one.
We're gonna cut you again.
But you said
you didn't cut me at all.
Okay, you just said I only pulled up one book, so you either weren't paying attention or you in denial. One of the two.
That's it.
Which one is it? Which one is it?
What you pulled, it said by Pianki, you know, and then you
and I named sources.
I know there's different books.
And I named sources.
How I know there's different books?
Because the sources he named, that's what he's saying.
One to me.
Hold on, wait. He's saying based off your presentation, at the end of it all, it said by Pianki. Now, Cap.
Because I put the presentation together. That's how PowerPoints work.
Right. He's saying his PowerPoint only say by because he put it together. But
that's all bogus.
In his presentation,
you understand?
He gave credit.
It's like he said. He believes that Wikipedia is a good source to pull information from.
People, historians.
So
when it comes to people who got off the boat,
I'm just saying. I'm just going off your mindset.
Okay.
I'm just going off your mindset.
He not only gave sources from historians.
I'm just going off your mindset.
People who got off the boats themselves, saying who they were. How would you respond to that?
That's all.
I had to get the lamb fat before I had to get the lamb fat first.
Wikipedia is a good source.
Yeah, I do, but I didn't even have to use Wikipedia though.
Let him go, please.
I didn't have to use Wikipedia. If it was Wikipedia, it was actually the Smithsonian. Hold on,
I'm just going off your mindset.
No, I want to prove. Let me tell y'all something.
Hey, hold on. Now, wait a minute. Now you said that there was no rematch. Now that you lost, now you want to pull the presentation again. You understand? Now you want to pull the presentation again. That's why I said you a coward. That's why I said you a coward.
Everything he said, and I'm giving the same thing.
You understand? Come on now. You the one said it.
From you.
You did say that, right?
Give him time to address it.
You did say that, right? All right then.
You next. Come on. You next, bro.
Yeah, I got a question.
Hold on now.
Captain 10K, go ahead and address it, bro.
You said that there was no rematch. Now that you lost, now you want to pull the presentation again.
I lost.
Now you want to pull the presentation again.
Hey, if I lost, it's all good. It's all good.
Come on now.
Hey,
I already put it out in the chat. The only people who said Cap was our CPK.
No, I'm gonna be fair. We did ask for one.
Okay, like I was saying, you can't just Google one source. You gotta pull from many. You understand? Because what's on the surface is that King James is white. That's on the surface.
You know what I'm saying? You get in here and finish on
the slaves are Africans. That's on the surface.
So hold on, wait before we do that.
To find the truth, you gotta dig deep. You understand? And that's what the men before me have done. I'm not even taking credit for, you understand, me as if I went to the libraries like what they did and found the information. You understand? And turned around and pulled different sources and showed that the people that were on those ships were truly not Africans. They were not Africans.
That's on the surface.
You understand?
The slaves are Africans. That's on the surface. To find the truth, you gotta dig deep. You understand? And that's what the men before me have done. I'm not even taking credit for, you understand, me as if I went to the
libraries like what they did and found the information.
Say it again, brother. I can't really hear you.
Pull different sources and show that the people that were on those ships
That's
were
a little better.
truly
Good.
not Africans. They were not Africans. You understand?
Okay. I got the Cap. Okay, Bianca, you have one question to ask Cap, and after his response, rebuttal, when y'all back and forth, we're gonna close out. Go ahead, Bianca. Ask your one question.
Okay, so like I said, historian Neil Urban Painter.
Say it again, brother. I can't really hear you.
Yeah, Bianca, bro, you kind of low, like real talk. You kind of low, bro.
Is this better?
That's a little better.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, historian Neil Urban Painter, historian Ephraim X. Kendi have both stated that 1 in 5 female slaves were sexually abused by their enslavers, and that out of those 1 in 5, 2, I believe, in 10 or 2 in 8 produced children, because they were not only sexually abused by their enslaver, but their enslaver would prostitute them out to other Europeans, other enslavers, etc., whoever the sister icon. So without doing DNA, without taking a deep dive into your genealogy, how do you determine who someone's father is? Because if my father is black, but I have an enslaver as an ancestor from the rape of my female ancestor, how do y'all account for that? How does the ISUPK determine someone's genealogy, lineage, etc.?
Okay, Cap. Before you answer that, I want to break it down a little more better. I believe in the Bible just like you do, and I believe the Bible teaches that you are who your father is.
Okay, first off,
and I know that you agree with me on that.
Did not get
so what Bianca
raped.
is asking is that,
first off,
since the Bible teaches that
then
you are who
you
your
have
father
men
is,
that are
knowing
still
that we had
having sex with
our
women. That's
ancestors
Israelites.
during slavery.
You understand? That are producing babies. So it just makes no
today,
sense
from that
for
bloodline
for you to think
be
that just because some of our sisters did get raped, that's a fact.
Knowing that
the white man brags and boasts about him raping
did get raped, bro.
Our sisters in slavery.
Okay, first off,
the movie,
every
what is that? The
woman
the first
did not
damn
get
scene
raped.
was when the white man raped a slave, raped
then
a sister.
You have
right?
men.
So
that are
I'm not
still
in disagreement that some of our sisters did get
you
raped,
understand, that are producing
but
babies.
he didn't rape everybody.
So, it just
you
makes no sense.
And they were still mating
for you to think that
slaves together to produce more slaves.
Did get raped. That's
so
a
you
fact.
can't get away from those facts. They was
taking
taking 2 slaves, 2 Israelites,
our sisters in slavery.
the ones that they felt would make the best baby, to go in and do their hard labor.
Slave,
right? So, like I said, that just makes no sense to think that just because our sisters did get raped, that everybody got raped, and then the men,
he didn't rape
totally excluding the men from them still having sex with women to produce babies.
Slaves together to produce more slaves. So you can't get away from those facts. They was taking 2 slaves, 2 Israelites, the ones that they felt would make the best baby, to
we check and see who father. Matter of fact, I'll give you a recent example.
So like I said,
a devil just tried to pull up what they would say sometimes like a flim flam, right? He tried to pull some okey doke on me and my right hand man down in Kansas City. Right, he gives me one conversation, and then he gives him another conversation. Right, he tells me that his cousin has a Russian father, a grandfather, and this and that and all of that. But then he tells my brother that it's him with the white man as the father. Then we started going. Then when he called me back, I said, "Wait a minute, that's not what you told me." Right. So then I said, "Well, give me the line of the men," and he turned around and gave me a couple, and they were all white. He said that his father was black due to him being having dark skin. right? But he said, but his father is white.
And then he gives him.
You understand? So then we went a few more. It's you are the seed of your father. So if your father is white, you understand? Then you would be white.
He tells my brother that it's him with the white.
I'm not making your point.
Father. Then we started going. Then we called me back. I said, wait, but that's not what you told me, right? So then I said, well, give me the line of the men. And he turned around and gave me a couple.
Let me tell you something.
They were all white.
Listen.
He said that his father was black due to him being having dark skin, right? But he said, but his father is white. You understand? So then we listen, a few more.
There are certain men in the school.
So if your father is
that
white,
do that have their gift and they research, and sisters and brothers produce pictures and all kinds of things of their line of the men in their family to determine who is who. You understand? There was another brother.
Because if you don't go back to
slavery,
how do you know they weren't great
I understand that. So,
right,
I got you.
Great grandfather with the devil. If you don't go back there,
listen, there are certain men in the school that do that. And have
I got you.
And they research, and sisters and brothers produce pictures and all kinds of things of their line of the men in their family to determine who is who. You understand? There was
but Cap, all of this.
Okay, go ahead. One second, we're gonna give a precept for that.
These enslavers wasn't claiming these
the book of.
So you see what I'm saying? Like,
but you asked me how do we do it? We go off the Bible.
To do. So I'm trying to figure out how y'all do it.
Because
they wouldn't claim
this is our reality. It has everything to do with the Bible. You're asking me how we do it
by raping these women.
If you're asking me how do we do it, you just want me to go with your DNA. You understand? And your DNA test is bogus.
Okay, go ahead. We're going to give a precept for that.
How do you know from a DNA test? You don't even know.
No, Cap, this ain't
you're 20, you're 30, you're 15, 16, 17, 19, and 20% sure. 9 different times.
I'm not talking like this ain't a biblical. This ain't got nothing
absolutely.
to do with
This is our reality. It has everything.
No, but
absolutely.
So basically, you're not doing it. If you're gonna pull the Bible,
the Bible says that you are the seed of your father.
How do we do it? You just want me to go with your DNA.
You are the seed of your father. Man, don't you know that they swabbed a cat's mouth and came and told that the cat was from Europe?
You would not
you know that though, right? You do know that, right?
You know from a DNA.
You do know that, right? No, DMG.
Oh,
I'm asking you a question.
Okay.
I'm asking you a question.
16, 17,
you do know that, right?
Okay. So the Bible better than the DNA test.
Absolutely.
I got you, Cap. I got you. That's your answer. That's your answer. The Bible better than DNA. I got you.
Man, don't you know that they swabbed a cat's mouth and came and told that the cat?
Yeah. I got you.
You know that. You do know that.
The Bible is better than DNA.
You do know that, right?
The Bible can tell me.
Address that.
You know that, right?
There are people.
Cap would have to tell me. He would have to tell me what company that was. I guarantee it wouldn't Ancestry DNA. It wouldn't 23andMe, and it wouldn't African Ancestry. So unless it was one of them, I don't know what we're talking about. It's a bunch of janky companies.
But he's saying that
Cap got several businesses, and he knows it's businesses that do what he do that ain't up to par with what he do. So I mean that don't mean nothing to me.
DMG, come on, man, let's keep order. Now I don't know what DNA test it was, and Captain.
He don't either.
Wait. Come on, bro. Let me do what I do, bro. Captain T. Now I don't know what DNA test it was. Captain T.K. This is the opportunity to address it. But Bianchi, what he's saying is based off of DNA, no matter what company it was. He's saying that, did you know, and I know that you know this, but so I'm just rephrasing the question.
I'm going to look it back up. I believe it was Ancestry.
So, he asked you.
It was one of your top companies. You know what I'm saying? And the research that I pulled, Ancestry.com,
what it's supposed to be. So Captain,
23andMe, I would have to look at my slide again to show the 4 top companies, and they've already done the research and proved that none of them are going to turn around and give you your true, like what he would like to call it, ethnicity. None of them are going to do that. I'm gonna look it back up. I believe it was Ancestry. It was one of your top companies. You understand? And the research that I pulled, Ancestry.com.
Okay, we'll come back and do that.
23andMe. I would have to look at my slide again to show the 4 top companies.
Well,
they've already done the research and proved that none of them are going to turn around and give you your true, like what he would like to call it, ethnicity.
Okay, so this breaking news. This breaking news on Paradigm Shift TV 314. Captain 10K has debunked DNA.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, for the listening audience, sometime in the future, whether it's this week or next week, we're gonna do about from a minute to 5 minute show on Paradigm Shift TV, and we're gonna let Captain 10K of ISUPK share his information, and we're not gonna have no pushback or none of that. We're gonna just put up a video. It's gonna be in between 1 minute and 5 minutes, and we're gonna let Captain 10K show his information on this subject.
It's just breaking news to you. You just don't know about it.
I want to know what the date was. I want to know what the company was. All that. Okay,
we'll do all that.
I'm talking about this is breaking news.
Breaking news.
Captain 10K, the Gabar of ISUPK under command of General Yohana, has debunked DNA. Like, we're going to have to get his brother a Nobel Peace Prize because he has single-handedly debunked DNA if what he's saying is legit.
Okay, y'all. I ain't even.
It's just breaking news. No sweat. You just don't know about it. I did. My brother said that I took him to breakfast.
We pushing on 5 hours. I really thought this debate was gonna be
like I told him, what I came to do was to destroy the lies that I teach.
So
you my brother. You understand? But I had to fatten you up for the slaughter. You understand? That's why I took you out to eat. I had to get you swole. You understand? For the chopper. All right. You know. The belief that our people here in America are Africans is a total lie. I can't see how anyone in their right mind would trust a $50. That's like a cheap hotel. It's like the guest host inn over on Grand. You understand? Where they you understand? It's like going to the guest host and picking you up a prostitute on the corner and going in there and getting you a room for $10. You understand? That's what that's like. You took a sleazy DNA test. No wonder you was offering to pay for mine too. It's sleazy. It's cheap. I can't see you believe that you're African by that, and I just don't even understand why. Like I said, for a test to tell you that you're 10 different people, like who are you? You still don't even know who you truly are. You're 10 different people. So who in the hell are you? That's confusion. And in the ISUPK, Commander Junior Hanna has cleared up the confusion. And thank God that I'm not a Kemet dummy, a Pan-African dummy, a Christian dummy, or whatever other religion our people are in. Damn dummy. You understand? To believe some of the things that our people believe. You know, and I know why our people believe it. They just want to belong to somebody. Jesse Jackson said that. Like, you understand? In that article that I pulled out, he said that our people want a sense of belonging to someone. And you're still carrying around that same wanting, desire, and sense to be somebody so bad that you're willing to be everybody but who you are. You understand? And that is quite ridiculous. And the brother did not prove anything that he said as far as us being Africans. You understand? To believe. You understand? As far as King James being and I know why white, they don't call nobody no damn black boy because of their hair. You understand?
They call people rednecks because of their skin, not because of their damn hair.
Belonging to
I heard people call them redheads because of their hair. I heard them call them blondes and brunettes because of their hair. But never has they referred to anyone as the color of their skin due to the damn color of their hair. That makes no sense. And some of everything that you have been saying tonight makes no sense.
As far
saying
as
that the natives had us enslaved, they was treating us so cruel and so bad. When
as far as
true
King James
research that Apu said that they were in fear of us coming together because they know that we are family.
People rednecks.
You understand? And if you can keep a family divided, you can conquer them. And you're, guess what? And you're a white supremacist yourself.
I heard them
to call yourself an African, the Romans called you that.
But never
so you're white.
You
understand? To say that you're from that land because Ancestry.com told you that, it's because you think you white. You said King James think no, I think you think you're more white than King James did. King James, he knew he was a nigga. You understand? I don't think you know. You think you're an African. You understand? And I believe that tonight we showed just who
you understand?
the
and if you can keep a family
in the Bible
divided, you can conquer them.
Truly are, and they're not Africans. The ones that went on slave ships were Israelites and not Africans.
To call yourself
and
African, the Romans called you that, so you're white. You understand? To say that you're from that land because Ancestry.com told you that, it's because you think you white. You said King James think no, I think you think you're more white than King James did. King James, he knew he was.
Oh, you can find us at ISUPK.com. And then here in St. Louis, we at 86. I forgot the address. 5261. 5261 Delmar Boulevard in Suite A. Man, we got classes every Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday from 7 to 9. And then the Sabbath service every Saturday from 10 to 12. You understand? It's going down right here. We got food programs with Commander General Yohana. Last year alone during the pandemic, we fed roughly about 16,000 people, man, that needed food. You understand? Before them good old food stamps kicked in, Commander General Yohana did. All right. And like I said, you can call us if you got any questions. 314-696-8288. And you can come by, you can call, you can catch us on Facebook, ISUPK St. Louis, Twitter, Instagram, ISUPK St. Louis under Commander General
7 to 9, and then the Sabbath service every Saturday from 10 to 12. You understand? It's going down right here. We got food programs with Commander General Yohana. Last year alone during the pandemic, we fed roughly about 16,000 people, man, that needed food. You understand? Before them good old food kicked in, Commander General Yohana did. All right, and like I said, you can call us if you got any questions, 314-696-8288. And you can come by, you can call, you can catch us on Facebook, ISUPK St. Louis, Twitter, Instagram, ISUPK St. Louis under General.
Okay. We like that. Go ahead, your last statement and closing arguments. And, you can let the people know where to find you at, but of course, this is your channel, but your time.
Well, grand opening, grand closing. I came, I saw, I conquered. Point blank, period. Did what I had to do. Prove my point, prove my case. I didn't want to beat my little bro up, but I had to on this particular topic. Now, again, point by point, I let the people speak for themselves as far as whether they was African or Israelite. Nobody that I pulled said they was Israelites, but they all came over in the transatlantic slave trade. King James is a white boy. He was feminine. He liked the company of men over women. That's what it is. He also founded the company that would end up, and Cap said I didn't prove it, but I did. I said King James started the patent for the company that wanted to trade for golden woods in Africa, but when they saw how much money people was making in the slave trade, they decided to go that route. I then said that his two sons continue to run that company. That's what I said. I don't know what Cap heard, but that's what I said. The headband must have been over his ears at that point. Now, again, these were his sons. So he helped to perpetuate the slave trade because that company ended up bringing over more of our ancestors than any other company, period. So if he was black, which he wouldn't, but if he was, he's the biggest race trader in history. He says the Native Americans are our brothers, Africans aren't our people. He talks about Africans enslaving other Africans and selling other Africans, but he don't want to acknowledge that Native Americans did the same thing. He don't want to acknowledge that. So again, who's in denial here? Because I acknowledge history, the good, the bad, and the ugly of it. My man can't do it. And so even though I laid out that Native Americans enslaved black people in America, he just couldn't cope with it. And that's called denial. He talks about black people wanting to belong. I absolutely agree with him. They want to belong to the Israelite race. Despite all evidence to the contrary, they want to belong to the Moors. Despite all evidence to the contrary, they want to be the tribe of Shabazz. Black people do want to belong. I agree 100%. The only place they don't want to belong is the place of their origin, and that's Mother Africa. Embrace who you are and leave all that foolishness behind, and you can still believe whatever you want to believe, period. Now, like Cap said, he took me out this morning, got me a nice veggie omelet, spent time with his queen, had a powerful conversation, talked about some things. That's my brother, that's my man. But you know how it is. Every now and then you got to beat your little brother up to get him in line and start trying to get his mind right. Now, he ain't get there today, may not get there tomorrow. But eventually he may get there. He may not. But I'm cool with what Cap believe. I'm cool with what Cap do. I'm cool with what the ISUPK do. They got my respect just like everybody else got my respect. What I say at the beginning of almost every show. If you black, I'm with you, and I hope you with me. Our different ideologies shouldn't keep us from uniting. We can have unity without uniformity. And we can disagree without being disrespectfully disagreeable. I mean that. Now, I don't know if my brother mean it, but I mean it. So again, I proved my case. I got all ones in the chat unless you was in ISUPK and call yourself a Hebrew. So it is what it is. We're going to move forward. I want to see my brother come on and get this Nobel Peace Prize when he debunked DNA completely. You know what I'm saying? And I'll be there for that. I'll support him in that. So y'all know where to find me right here on Paradigm Shift TV 314, Instagram at DMG the Poet, Facebook at DMG the Poet. I want all the smoke. So if anybody else got something they want to talk about with me, let's do it. Otherwise, y'all know we'll be back at it again. I got Rabbi Lewis tomorrow at 8 o'clock Central Time, 7 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. And we're going to keep doing our thing. We're going to keep trying to build this channel. I appreciate everybody that was in the chat, Brother Sutek, Black Lion Supreme, Sabio, best researcher in the business right now. That's my opinion. You ain't got to share it with me, but that's my opinion. And you don't know what the brother gave me.